The force is real quiet today, brother. We lost a legend, and that hits deep.
Hulk taught me to believe in myself, brother, even when the world couldn't see me. What you gonna do when the memories run wild on you, brother?
To Hulk's family, and to all the Hulkamaniacs out there, we're with you forever, brother. The force is real quiet today, brother. We lost a legend, and that hits deep.
Hulk taught me to believe in myself, brother, even when the world couldn't see me. What you gonna do when the memories run wild on you, brother?
To Hulk's family, and to all the Hulkamaniacs out there, we're with you forever, brother.
A few years ago, I couldn't breathe, but then I started taking this, Comply. Now I breathe just fine.
Side effects of Comply may include dizziness, obedience, improved breathing during police encounters, and sudden respect for authority. Do not resist while taking Comply. Ask your officer if Comply is right for you.
A few years ago, I couldn't breathe, but then I started taking this, Comply. Now I breathe just fine.
Side effects of Comply may include dizziness, obedience, improved breathing during police encounters, and sudden respect for authority. Do not resist while taking Comply. Ask your officer if Comply is right for you.
A few years ago, I couldn't breathe.
Guys, today I'm gonna eat these mushrooms and go into Bass Pro. Wish me luck.
Welcome to Bass Pro.
Guys, I ain't even started and shit's already getting weird. Here you go, little ducky.
How did I get added to the stream? What the hell? I wasn't planning on getting added in so early, but these are some great...
What the heck was that about? The snozberries taste like snozberries, man. Sir, you need to get out. The fish aren't drowning. Where's the bathroom?
Do you mean about Hulk Hogan? Yeah, Hulk Hogan died today. Unfortunately, he passed away. He had some kind of surgery yesterday, and it looked like maybe that had something to do with it.
Guys, my Uber just pulled up. I gotta get out of here.
Well, guys, after 847 years, Mom says it's time I find my own place. Apparently, I need space to grow, whatever that means. All right, first place on the list. It's rustic, which is realtor speak for. Probably raccoons inside.
Hey, not alone. There's a raccoon living in there.
Somebody said he had surgery like yesterday, had another surgery like a day or two ago, so I don't know.
The raccoon, I'd handle food. Time for the signature stick fish. He'll be impressed.
All right, fish is done sight. One for me, one for the roommate.
He's chill, doesn't talk much, might be camera shy.
Someone asked, what do I think about people calling me a hoax? I mean, I showed up once in 87 and got called a guy in a suit. All right, day one living solo, not too bad.
All right, everybody. Hit the wrong button, boomered it out there. Well, everybody, it's Thursday night. We're going to get some news. I hope you guys enjoyed those couple of videos. The one was kind of a tribute to Hulk Hogan, who did unfortunately pass away today. This morning, it was reported about 10, 11 o'clock this morning that Hulk Hogan did, in fact, pass away from what would appear to be complications from some kind of either surgery problem or a heart attack. And, so just hope that, him and Ozzy are hanging out with the Iron Sheik and taking care of some business. Very sad. I want to thank everybody who's here tonight. Let's start at the top here. We got Renee Collins. Hello, how you doing? Tika65, Debbie Maisie. Hello. Frames and Rhythm. That's Derek. How you doing? Steve Hilliard. Hello. How you doing? Dan Blackroyd. What's up, brother? The Earth is expanding. Sharon Taylor, number 6. How you doing? Rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. None your business. Let's go. KPT. How you doing? Catherine K. Patrick 7. Proxy Lukes. Loxy 82. How you doing? Star. Patrick 7. Medi. Death Angel Shadows. Torfan. Ank. Barbie World. Hello. But yeah, so we're going to, I'm going to take a minute just to, remember Hulk Hogan and what he really did, and the stuff, the 80s and stuff that he did was good times, man. Good times. Hey, Tay Marys, how you doing? So, yeah. Oh, I didn't start the goal tonight, so I screwed up. Anyway, so I'm going to start the goal right now, and as you guys know, the normal procedures on this channel is that 30 super chats of any size, shape, or color will get us an extended show of double length, either 4 or 5 hours, depending on how much. But I do have a ton of stuff because I basically didn't do any extended shows all week. So I have a ton of stuff backed up. I do have 22 topics already lined up to go through, and then if we go past 4 or 5 hours, we'll probably hit a whole bunch more. So let me get into the chat and do this goal thing and get it all set it up here. Let's see, 30 super chats, any color. Set the timer for 2 hours. There we go. Extended show of 2 hours or more. There we go. All right, let's get this thing. And Barbie World put the 4. I got it in before the goal, but I'll count that. I will count that one. Barbie World. I will count that one. I accept all colors. That is correct, Dan. I accept all colors. Yep, I will count this one. Oh, Jim Gerard, how you doing? Thank you. Good to see you. I do. JD, Dan Blackred, I do accept all colors. So, all right, here we go. So this is kind of just going to be rehashing some stuff here. It says a declassified 2020 report debunking the intelligence that started the Russiagate hoax, released today by DNI Tulsi Gabbard, is a nothing burger, says the media. In fact, it's a devastating indictment of the Obama CIA. And public has learned that its lead author is still at the CIA. Yeah. Intelligence analyst who authored the fraudulent Russiagate report is still at the CIA, report sources say. Key intelligence came from this person. You see, we got to get this person out of there. In January 2017, Barack Obama's administration issued an intelligence community assessment that claimed that Vladimir Putin had clear preference for Trump and aspired to help defeat Hillary Clinton. Matt Taibbi's racket last year reported that Obama's Central Intelligence Agency Director John Brennan had cooked the intelligence. A source close to the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence investigated the origins of the Russia hoax, which at the time Biden administration had blocked from release, told us they made it look like Putin supported Trump. The evidence points the other way. Mm-hmm. Ticket. Yeah, Patrick Seven. Hulk Hogan was fun to watch back in the days, with Andre the Giant. Today, Tulsi Gabbard declassified the 2020 HPSI oversight report. In the report revealed the CIA, which authored the ICA, disregarded abundant intelligence showing that Russians actually wanted Hillary Clinton to win in 2016 and misrepresented the quality of the intelligence. They suppressed evidence and credible intelligence to disprove their claims, and they disobeyed traditional tradecraft intelligence community standards and withheld the truth from the American people. Democrats and news media are claiming that the report has little significance. The Senate reached the same conclusion as the ICA, and there's already been multiple investigations into the intelligence community. But anyone who sits down and reads the ICA and the HIPC report back-to-back will be hard-pressed to deny the copious evidence detailed showing Brennan and his hand-picked CIA analysts grossly misrepresented the intelligence to produce what could only be described as disinformation. It was an op that a senior intelligence official who spoke to the public on background. The American people were lied to. The last time intelligence was manipulated this badly was around Iraq and weapons of mass destruction. Well, I'd say this might be worse than that, but whatever. All things considered, please subscribe to the public's report. And the lead author of the fraudulent intelligence community still works at the CIA. Obama's director, James Clapper and Brennan, that they have to clean house to get the rot out of there. Part of the challenge is getting to the bottom of who the willing conspirators versus who were protesting, the corruption and the analysis and all that stuff. So they got to really look into it. A ton of them are still employed at the Directorate of Analysis. And Susan Crouch says her reporting on a cooked intelligence report dates back to more than a decade when the former Intelligence Committee Chairman Hoekstra was assailing the Bush Intelligence Committee for not caring about finding any WMDs after Saddam Hussein was tackled, even old degraded ones that were no longer operational but could harm U.S. troops. WMDs was excused to invade, and finding any type of WMDs was not pursued aggressively before or after the invasion. So that is one thing. But then there's this. As a strike force was announced, General Pan Bondi announced that formation of a DOJ strike force to pursue the criminal referrals of Obama and his associates made by DNI Tulsi Gabbard. Bondi has promised the strike force will deliver justice for the American people. DOJ announced formation of strike force to pursue treason charges against soft coup plotters. DOJ Bondi has formed the DOJ strike force to investigate prosecute members of Obama-Biden regimes involved in the soft coup against President Trump. The strike force will target members of the intelligence community identified and referred to DOJ by DNI Tulsi Gabbard. Strike force. That sounds like they're serious. Hi, Lynn. How you doing? Good to see you. You got ads running? There's ads running? What the? Man. That is upsetting. All right, they should be off now. I hate when that happens. It's an automatic thing. They keep doing that, and they put them on, and it pisses me off. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know why they do that. I don't know why they automatically do that. So yeah, so we got this task force running, and there she is. She would make a good Wonder Woman, right? Maybe. I don't know. What America wants, a strike force, not another measly politically motivated special prosecutor who spend every day and every penny trying to make a name for themselves. I hope these two do something awesome. Body made a mistake in delivering on an Epstein case. I don't think she deserves to be obliterated over it. I respect Trump for supporting her, even with all the heat. We'll see how they get through it. Yeah. I don't know if you guys noticed, too, there was the judge who denied, just so everyone knows, the judge who denied making the grand jury testimony public. Her husband was part of the initial prosecution team in Southern Florida, the Southern District of Florida prosecution team. Her husband worked with, what's his face, the Alex Azar, the guy who gave the sweetheart deal to Epstein. So maybe that's why she blocked the release, but who knows? Only the truth might tell, but we'll see. Hey, we got 52 people here. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe, and please pay attention to the goal if you'd like the show to go longer than 2 hours. Alex Acosta, that's right. So the Fed is losing $100 billion a year. Now it is blowing even more taxpayer money on out-of-control building renovations. It's time for an internal review. That's right. We have the Secretary of the Treasury calling to audit the Fed. Yay!
The Fed is the house. It's a casino. The casino doesn't lose money. The players are the ones that lose money. And I'm not going to comment. I'm like you. I don't really understand what's going on with the size, the scope, the cost of the building renovations. One can ask, was it a good idea to start the renovations for an enterprise that's losing $100 billion a year? So $100 billion because of a mismatch in the bond portfolio from the short-term rates. And I think that the Fed should undertake an internal review because I think all the other operations are endangering its independence of monetary policy. As I've said, monetary policy should be kept independent. It's a jewel box, should be walled off. But by undertaking all these other activities, then you come in for criticism, just like you're seeing here, that might impinge on monetary independence.
Monetary independence. That would be nice if the Fed actually had monetary independence, but they don't. Mm-hmm. The Fed's $2.5 billion renovation debacle exposes systemic mismanagement. 36.8% cost overruns on Constitution Avenue, while reporting 100 billion plus annual losses proves institutional bloat. That's right. They got. Hey, Rachel Boone, how you doing? Oh, there we go. Nathaniel Shadows with $5 says, Mayor and future Tennessee Governor of Knox County, Glenn Kane Jacobs, issued a heartfelt statement today about Hulk Hogan. We Gen Xers need bereavement. Yeah, Kane, seems like he's a good politician, actually. Seems like he's doing what needs to be done. So we'll see. Hey, Rachel, how you doing? He should fire Jerome Powell. How you doing, Rogue Gunfighter? Nice to see you. And then, oh, thank you, by the way, that's Angel Shadows for the $5 also. Forgot to say thank you. And, for contributing to the goal. That's 2 down, 28 to go. If the Fed is independent, then why are we paying the rent? Yeah, it's exactly. There is no such thing as an independent agency. That's the thing that nobody really wants to realize. It's, show me in the Constitution where it says there's an independent agency. It's not there. No such thing. No such monster. You like him? I only lived in Knox County for 15 months, but he is so much better than the left-wing mayor of Knoxville. Yeah, he seems like he's all right, man. Yeah, we do fund the UN too. Yes, we have to stop. Yeah. This isn't about the marble or parking garages. It's about accountability. When agencies operate without congressional spending oversight, as the Fed claims, you get Versailles style excesses instead of financial discipline. The board's refusal to disclose full procurement details while demanding public trust. That's a real scandal. Time to audit every dollar, starting with canceled leases and contractor bids. Yes. Taxpayer fund policy, not palace building. Correct. Yeah. Yes. This guy says, the building funded by taxpayers? ChatGPT says no. Yes, the constitutional renovation is funded by taxpayers, exploding a pattern of unaccountability spending. An authorized Spending Accountability Act would enforce automatic cuts, 10% in year 1, 15% in years 2 and 3, then termination for non-compliance. Yeah, no, this isn't my Saturday show. This is my Thursday show. It's Friday shows tomorrow, and then Saturday's the day after that. So. Oh, I did hear about the World Court decision, but we are not signatories to the International Criminal Court, and I'm pretty sure we have sanctioned most of them. So, and put sanctions on them. So I don't see how it really matters what they say. And, yeah, we do need better funding for the U.S. Marine Corps. Definitely, Marines make do. The Army goes in with everything, and the Marines make do. And it's sad. This forces Congress to justify every dollar or lose funding. No more blank checks for bureaucratic excesses. This guy says, oh, wait till they find out about the cost overruns on the wall. Actually, the wall's not having cost overruns. The only cost overruns is because Biden sold a bunch of crap. Then there's this. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 5 of the Constitution versus the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. They've been conflicting with each other for 110 years.
You have a statute that doesn't square with the Constitution, it's void. It is not a law, in fact. So the question then arises, well, how does that square with the oath of office of representatives, senators, judges? And the answer is it doesn't. That when they come face to face with a statute that is contradiction of the Constitution, they are to treat the Constitution as the supreme law and treat that statute as void. So that's number one. Here we have a system, the Federal Reserve System, that has all of these constitutional problems, and everyone is essentially looking in the opposite direction. So that doesn't square with the oath of office. And one would think that the president, being the head of the executive department, in which we find the Treasury, Department of Treasury, right, which interacts quite closely with the Federal Reserve, might have something direct to say about that. And then, of course, the president has a specific constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and the supreme law of the land is the Constitution. So you would expect, on top of all of this, that he would be saying, wait a minute, if the Constitution doesn't square with the Federal Reserve Act in one or more ways, then I should be giving directives to the Secretary of the Treasury to take certain kinds of action to deal with that. And, of course, we see exactly the opposite.
Yeah, so there needs to be some accountability with the Federal Reserve Act. It doesn't really comport with the Constitution. It seems like, I don't know, it seems like we've let people that say they're not affiliated with the government actually run a lot of government policy and have a lot more control over our lives and they have zero accountability because they don't answer to voters. So they, basically they're all part of the executive branch or somehow connected to the executive branch, so the president has to have control over them. That's just the way it is. Now we're going to jump on to this other story here, which is George Santos says, and I get 7 years. Tell me this is not upside down political justice. He's going to point out, he's got a couple things. He's pointing out some hypocrisy and some sentencing and some stuff like that. So it's not an upside down political system. The prosecutors, FBI, and judge in my case pay for this. Their actions are clear abuse of their power. Justice might be blind and slow, but I believe everyone will get exposed eventually. See, look at this. So this judge. Jaisha Victoria, 23, of Houston, was sentenced to 18 months in federal prison for using her access as a bank contractor to load prepaid debit cards. All right. With some $8.6 million in stolen unemployment benefits during the pandemic. All right. She got 18 months for stealing $8.6 million of your money, of your dollars, of my and your money. She only got 18 months. Mm-hmm. Recipients included herself, spent over $7.6 million. Mm-hmm. how is it only 18 months in prison? It should be at least however long it would take the average taxpayer to recoup that 8.6 million. And it's crazy, but there she is. See? So 18 months, 18 months. And then we got another one. We got this one. We got Florida Representative Sheila Cherfilis McCormick stole $5 million and being counted as a mistake. With no indictment and only an FEC hitting her with fines and her being forced to pay the sum back in 10 years. She's got 10 years to pay back the $5 million she accidentally stole. Why isn't the DOJ prosecuting Democrats? There's no longer speculation that the facts are played out by the ethics committee. Read the story below. And so here she is. She stole $5 million. Nothing happens. You guys notice anything about her, this other person? Anything similar about these two people? Just interesting that they both get light sentences. Let's read this. Florida accidentally pays company $5 million. CEO may have used the money to run for Congress. Yeah, so seriously,
for years, I've been the person who just picks up and goes. Solo travel across continents.
The state of Florida is suing a Miramar-based medical company to recover almost $6 million in COVID response overpayments.
Yeah, but the real story here may be that the CEO of Trinity Healthcare Services at the time was Congresswoman Sheila Cherfilis McCormick.
And the State Department of Emergency Management claims not only did Trinity hold on to more than $5.7 million in overpayments, they still haven't paid it back. CBS 12's Victoria DeCardenas joins us live in the studio with more on the lawsuit. Victoria.
Yeah, Jim and Liz, it's hard to wrap your brain around the fact that a clerical error could lead to millions of taxpayer dollars being mistakenly paid to a government contractor. But it happened more than once. And now, along with a congressional ethics investigation, Congresswoman Sheila Cherfilis McCormick is accused of failing to repay that money. In this 194-page lawsuit, Florida's Department of Emergency Management says they hired Trinity Healthcare Services as a contractor to register people for and administer COVID-19 vaccines in March of 2021. At that time, Sheila Cherfilis McCormick was the CEO of Trinity, and she signed the contract. That spring, Trinity sent an invoice of $50,578.50 to the state. That number is important because in June, the state paid that invoice but moved the decimal point, sending Trinity a check for $5,057,850. And over time, the state overpaid Trinity another $750,000. 3 years later, the state realized their errors, totaling more than $5.7 million. The state asked for the money back, alerting Cherfilis McCormick and Trinity that doing business with Florida requires any money received in error to be returned. The state gave them until July 2024 to return the cash, but the deadline came.
I just want to point out to everyone that I don't know if you realize that, but any money that you get by mistake, it's not yours to keep. Like if somebody accidentally puts money in your bank account that's not yours, you can't just spend it. That doesn't work that way. This is a society. That's not how things work. And anybody who is a CEO of a company and they have accountants, they should have known immediately. Hey, wait a minute, why do we have an extra $4.5 million? I'm not being racist at all. I'm not saying that it has anything to do with them being black. I'm saying it has to do with them being women, actually. That, it was women control businesses, and so they get money. Both of them were able to do things and basically get away with it because nobody's going to complain. And then they'll just say, "Oh, sorry, I didn't know." But if it was a man that did it, I guarantee they'd be in jail. But a woman just could go, oopsie, and then nobody says anything. I mean, George Santos is doing 8 years over like 50 grand. Yeah. 50 grand. He's doing 8 years. And these people, 5 million, the other one, 8 million, 9 million. kind of seems like, being a Democrat, it's helpful if you're going to get charged with crimes. Just saying. Hey, Jay Liebgott, how you doing? Good seeing you tonight. Yeah, well, George Santos was a Republican, supposedly. I'm just saying they got rid of him because the Democrats wanted that seat because he was able to turn a seat Republican in New York, and they wanted that seat back. So, yeah, he made him look stupid because he said he was Jewish, not Jewish. He was Jewish, I guess. I don't know.
Went. Now, in court documents, the State Department of Emergency Management says Trinity, quote, took advantage of the state emergency and knowingly processed an invoice more than 100 times its typical invoice size. And this only adds to the Congresswoman's troubles with finances. In a separate investigation, which may turn out to be related, the Office of Congressional Ethics is looking into whether Sheriff McCormick violated.
Well, see, what happened with him is that was Robert Menendez out of New Jersey. And what happened with him was he stepped out of line and didn't do something he was supposed to do. He started squeezing his own Democrat buddies over money and holding up votes and doing things, and they got wise and said, and basically they took him out because he stepped out of line. She is a federal congresswoman now. She wasn't before. She used the money that she just happened to get, the $5 million that she got, to run for Congress. So technically kind of the same sort of kind of the thing that maybe Santos got kicked out of Congress and went to jail for 8 years, kind of, sort of. Stolen money, used stolen money to run for Congress, maybe. I don't know. Could be.
Campaign finance laws. A preliminary report from that investigation says Sheriff McCormick claimed her salary at Trinity Health Services increased by more than $6 million in 2021. Ryan Nickel of FloridaPolitics.com says it's not good news for the Congresswoman who represents parts of Broward and Palm Beach County.
She spent a lot of money, and there were questions at the time as to how did she get all this money? Where did all this come from?
And he adds, whatever the outcome of these two cases, it puts her in a politically vulnerable position.
You can guarantee someone is going to challenge her. It's a deep blue seat. No Republican can win there. But if a strong Democratic challenger came forward while she's facing all of these questions, that could certainly pose a threat to her future political career.
What do you mean not letting you send a super chat?
Services and Congresswoman Sheriff McCormick's office, her congressional
That's
communications
weird.
director said this is not an official matter, so her office was not able to comment. And presumably that's because this is an issue with her healthcare business, not her role in the House. As far as the lawsuit, it was just filed on December 31st, so no court dates have been scheduled yet. But of course, we'll keep you up to date. Jim?
Very interesting.
We all travel for different reasons, but in the end, we're
Yeah, so West Palm Beach, the state of Florida, is suing a Miramar-based medical company for almost $6 million, which is weird because that's what she said her salary went up by, too, if you remember. She said her salary increased by $6 million, which is exactly the amount of money they were overpaid. But it was probably like 2 or 3 people working for the company. It was probably just a scam that they set up. Because if you notice, there was a whole bunch of companies that Democrats, not just Democrats, but people set up, let's say, to steal money from all that COVID money. Different things. And I don't know, Rogue Gunfighter, why it would do that. Shouldn't boot you out, but it should. It's possible. I don't know. I don't know. YouTube is weird sometimes, but said she was the CEO of the Trinity Healthcare Services at the time. 194-page lawsuit. Department of Emergency Management says they hired Trinity as a contractor to register people for COVID vaccines. Oh. She signed the contracts. Trinity sent a $50,000 invoice. They paid her $5 million. Over time, the state overpaid another $750,000. The state realized the error, totaling more than $5.7 million. It could be what you're typing, maybe, Rogue Gunfighter. In a letter, the state asked for money back and alerted Cheerfulness and Trinity that doing business requires any money received in error to be returned. Like I said, that's standard operating procedure. If you're overpaid in any way, shape, or form, you're kind of supposed to notify people. You're not just supposed to go like, okay, they overpaid me. It's not like they tipped you, especially when it's the government. Trinity took advantage of the state and the emergency and knowingly processed an invoice more than 100 times its typical invoice size. I do have a Cash App link, but it's right up here. If you look on the screen, there's Cash App right there, and then it's in the description and stuff like that too. It's just Jim tells you, $ Jim tells you. That's right here on the bottom of the screen. But that's it. See, right there. It's $ Jim tells you. Gotcha. And this only adds to Congressman's trouble with finances in a separate investigation, which may be related to congressional ethics, is looking into whether she violated campaign finance laws. Well, yeah, if she used $6 million that she stole for campaign funds, then preliminary report of the investigation says Cheerfulness McCormick claimed her salary increased by more than $6 million in 2021. Yeah, Cash App is better than a super chat. Said, give me my money back. I didn't take the jab and have not had COVID, knock on wood. Well, congratulations to you, because okay, well, hoorah back at you. Cool. Ryan Nickel of Florida Politics says it's not good news for the congresswoman who represents part of Pro. She spent a lot of money, and there were questions at the time of how did she get all that money? Where did it come from? Well, we know where it came from. It was money she wasn't supposed to get. Yet, whatever the outcome of the two cases, it puts her in a vulnerable position. You can guarantee someone's going to challenge her. It's a deep blue seat. No Republican can win there. But if a strong Democrat challenger came forward while she's facing all these questions, it could certainly pose a threat to her future political career. Well, she just won, so I don't understand why it would even, she's brand new. She's a freshman congresswoman, so it should be easy to unseat her. CBS 12 reached out to Trinity Healthcare Services and her office for comment. Her congressional communications director said it's not an official matter, so her office is unable to comment. Not an official matter. Stealing that kind of money? Huh. Presumably, it's because her issue is her healthcare business, not her role in the House. Well, she used the money to run for the House, so as far as the lawsuit, it was filed December 31st. No court dates have been scheduled. So that's an interesting one, right? It's a very interesting one. This is great news for everybody. We were just talking about COVID and stuff. This is HHS adopts advisory board's recommendation to remove mercury-based compound from flu vaccines. They should be removing mercury-based compounds from every vaccine, not just flu vaccines. There's absolutely no reason why anyone should be getting any mercury or any heavy metal at all in a vaccine. Yes, she should be able to be kicked out by the Republicans, exactly the same way that the Democrats were able to kick out Santos because Republicans let them. So maybe, just maybe, they should kick her out because that would be a special election in Florida, and you never know what can happen in a special election in Florida. Just saying. So they should boot her out. Well, no, not for the House. The House has to run a special election. They don't get to appoint House members. It's only the senators get appointed, so not a House. So, but a special election in Florida, it's possible a Republican can win because turnout's always low for a special election. So you can, get the Republicans that turn out in Broward County and Palm Beach and stuff like that. You could get it. And so all this time, no doctors ever mentioned this for informed consent. Luckily, I've never taken a flu shot since my allergic reaction in 76 to swine flu. Well, I wonder if Brian M knows that the 76 swine flu was actually the first attempt at, if I'm not mistaken, the first attempt at an mRNA vaccine. Pretty sure. HHS adopts advisory board's recommendation to remove mercury-based compound from flu vaccines. The Department of Health and Human Services announced Wednesday that it's adopted the advisory committee's immunization practice recommendation to remove mercury-based compound thimerosal from flu vaccines. Well, yeah, thimerosal. Last month, ACIP voted to limit flu vaccines to only those free of thimerosal, a mercury-containing preservative largely phased out of childhood vaccines by 2001. Still lingers in some multi-dose flu shots. HHS Secretary Robert Kennedy on Tuesday signed the board's recommendation, the department said Wednesday. After more than 2 decades of delay, this action fulfills a long overdue promise to protect our most vulnerable populations from unnecessary mercury exposure, Kennedy said in a statement. Injecting any amount of mercury into children when safe mercury-free alternatives exist defies common sense and public health responsibility. Today, we put safety first. With the U.S. now removing mercury from all vaccines, we urge global health authorities to follow this prudent example for the protection of children worldwide. HHS also noted that vaccine manufacturers confirmed that they have the capacity to replace multi-dose vials containing mercury, ensuring adult vaccine supplies and the vaccine for children program will remain uninterrupted. In the U.S., 96% of flu vaccines for the 24-25 season are already thimerosal-free. Thimerosal free. And thus, single-dose options are not hard to come by. The effort to remove thimerosal began in the late 1990s, sparked by growing public and scientific scrutiny of mercury exposure. In 1997, the FDA Modernization Act prompted a review of mercury in medical products, including thimerosal, which had been used since the 1930s to prevent microbial contamination in multi-dose vaccine vials. So I understand. So the vials that they stick a needle in multiple times, they were supposed to aren't they supposed to take like alcohol on the top of the vial before they use it every time, and then a brand new sterile needle to stick it in? How could it get contaminated? Okay, next story is about Ghislaine Maxwell. Says Ghislaine Maxwell could prove to be the ultimate villain for many in the establishment. As the Invisible Man explained in the 1933 movie, an invisible man can rule the world. Nobody will see him come, nobody will see him go, but he can hear every secret. I think you're thinking of thymidylide or thymidylide babies, right? They were caused the flipper babies in the 60s. It was a thymidylide, something like that. I recently spoke to her counselor, Leah Safian, who surprisingly maintained that neither state nor federal investigators ever interviewed Maxwell. Can you believe that? That no one from the state or the federal government ever interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell to find out what she knew, what evidence she had, who she saw with kids, maybe? You know, I mean, I would think that would be worth some kind of deal if she started naming names of people who actually abused kids. I would think she should get a deal. But they just didn't want those names, I guess, so no one ever talked to her. Struck me as curious in a scandal involving a myriad of state and federal investigations. If so, she may have new information. Well, yeah, she had immunity per Epstein sweetheart deal, but they revoked the immunity and then they never spoke to her. Yes, Mr. K. Hulk Hogan passed away. We're very sad, very sad. Yes, definitely release the list. We want to know. I want to know. We want to know. Anyone who did anything to any kid. I have been skeptical that after all these years, Maxwell could be sitting on anything new. The expiration date on this milk has long since passed. It's been 3 years since she was sentenced in federal court in New York City to 20 years imprisonment. If she had the goods on anyone, she would have presumably shopped the evidence to secure a better deal. Nobody wanted it, right? Nobody wanted the information. You know? This is a Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche says, today I met with Ghislaine Maxwell and I will continue my interview of her tomorrow. The Department of Justice will share additional information about what we learned at the appropriate time. Yeah, see, here's the thing, though, Renee, and I don't understand how this works exactly, because the federal government is the entire federal government. And generally speaking, if one person in the federal government promises you something or says something, it's supposed to apply to the entire federal government. Like if some, like the way it works, especially in court, if one police officer knows something, that knowledge is imputed on the entire prosecutor and all the police force and all the officers. So, you know, I don't see how that wasn't binding, you know, that whole thing. We're like, oh, it's only binding in Florida. Well, when they say the United States does this, it's the United States. It's not the, you know, it's how Bill Cosby got off, because they promised Bill Cosby they wouldn't prosecute him if he agreed to go sit for depositions for civil lawsuits, and he did. And then they tried to use him sitting for the deposition, what he said, to go after him. And they said, yeah, well, we know he said that, but yeah, we don't care. We're going to try it. And you can't do that. You know, there's rules. It's a technicality, but that's, you know, you make a deal, you spin the wheel. That's the way it works. You know, break a deal, spin the wheel. You know, Trump could give Maxwell a pardon on his last day in office in exchange for favorable testimony now. Scotus has already said he can't be prosecuted for it. She knows he's her only chance for release. That means any new testimony she offers is inherently unreliable unless backed by evidence. How is it any unreliable compared to anything else? You know, if she starts naming names, there's already evidence. We have the evidence. Wouldn't the evidence be the letters, the flight logs, guest lists and stuff? You know, and favorable could mean a lot of things here. Exonerating him, testifying about other people that MAGA had long believed were involved with Epstein. She can't be trusted because Trump can't be trusted. The pardon power is his to wield for his personal benefit. She knows that. Oh, this lady is really like, if they had anything on Trump, they would have used it. Like, they went to Epstein and asked for anything they could give him on Trump. Mueller's team did. Robert Mueller's team went to Epstein. Jack Smith went to Epstein. All these people went to Epstein. And he had nothing, because there was nothing. Yeah, she is. She's currently in the Supreme Court's currently looking at her immunity, and the Supreme Court might come down and say, hey, she had immunity. Sorry, you guys granted her immunity. And, you know, Jeffrey Epstein thought he was going to be. That's why his suicide seemed sketchy, because he had a good shot of having his case thrown out because of the, you know, because of his immunity deal. You know, Dershowitz has said repeatedly that Maxwell knows everything. This appears to be the moment that will prove or disprove what she knows. At least the DOJ is making a bold effort to stop the endless speculation. The DOJ is ushering in a new era where everything is on the table. We shall see, you know, we shall see. We shall see. And this I thought was very interesting. Cover. Not a single state or federal prosecutor, including Maureen Comey, ever bothered to interview Ghislaine Maxwell. If you needed proof the deep state didn't want to investigate Epstein, you don't have to look any further than that. But they never talked to her. They never spoke to her. They never said, what do you know? What do you got? Because they weren't interested in going after anybody else. They probably wanted her locked up to silence her. Because if you remember, they didn't go after her until after Epstein was dead, and people started screaming, wanting to know, you know, like looking into stuff and trying to get answers about who else was involved. And then that's when they went and locked her up to say, like, kind of like they did with Diddy. Locked up Diddy, and then, you know, why did they raid Diddy's house if none of the stuff that he was charged with and none of the things in the court had anything to do with any raid on his house? Seems weird. I hope everybody's enjoying the show. It looks like we've got 67 people watching live. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe. And please think about throwing a super chat or something if you'd like the show to continue past 2 hours. We do have a goal of 30 super chats, any size. It could be at 99 cents, $1, $2, $5, $10, whatever you want. We have 2 in the bag. It does say 1, but 1 came in before the goal started officially. So we do have 2. mystery of Ghislaine Maxwell. Does Epstein's associate have an untold story? In the 1933 classic movie, The Invisible Man, the local constable responds to a question of the problem present in dealing with the main character. He's invisible. That's quite the matter with him. In some ways, Ghislaine Maxwell may be the ultimate villain for many in the establishment. Nobody has to donate anything, KBT. I don't require that. I appreciate the people here. I appreciate the likes, the subscribes, just being in the chat, everything, and participating, making comments and stuff. Just, if, like I say, I do a 2-hour show every day. If somebody would like a 4-hour show or a 5-hour show going into a lot more stuff, that's all. It will show me they want it. I don't know. We'll see. That's just seeing how it works. That's all. Tika says, we are growing. Keep at it. It's strange that Diddy hasn't been sentenced yet. Who's writing Biden's book? There's all these things that are strange. Oh, it's definitely, you guys are fine, man. I don't want anybody to do anything that they're not comfortable with at all. Yeah, they just wanted Diddy's tapes. They went, seizure of digital assets. They never brought him into the trial. That's right. They hit them all. No, not necessarily, Pat Graham. I mean, the 30 is just, that could be $30, $31 super chats. So it's not like they're 30 $10 super chats or $5 super chats. There's just 30 super chats in total. Any super chat, any size. So, yes, you did, KPT. You bought a membership. Thank you. And she saw everything and she knows everything. As the Invisible Man explained, an invisible man can rule the world. Nobody will see him come, nobody will see him go, and he can hear every secret. He's recently noted reports that the Justice Department previously interviewed her, yet he spoke to her counsel, who confirms that the Department of Justice never interviewed Maxwell over the many years of the investigations into the scandal. The legal team insists that neither federal nor state investigators have ever interviewed Maxwell. Hey, well, thanks for being here, Rogue Gunfighter. If you want to try to catch up on the replay, that's good too, It struck me as remarkably odd that a scandal has involved a myriad of state and federal investigation reports. After all, Maxwell was ever-present sidekick of Epstein. Indeed, she was vilified as a virtual scout for new girls to feed the insatiable appetite of the wealthy pedophile and human trafficker. He's been skeptical that after all these years, she could be sitting on anything new. The expiration date, yeah. But it's been 3 years since she was sentenced. And if she had the goods, she would have presumably shot the evidence to get a better deal. However, that raises questions again. It's a curious failure to interview her in many years that have transpired since Epstein was first charged. Is it possible that she is sitting on a mountain of undisclosed facts on the who's who of celebrities who flew on Epstein's Lolita's Express or visited his island? Figures from Bill Clinton to Bill Gates have been linked to such trips. Most recently, a woman stepped forward with allegations against President Donald Trump. Allegations that were batshit crazy. Yes, you could buy Jim's time, but not his love. My love is free for all. The public could learn the answer to his question after the House Oversight Committee approved a motion to subpoena Maxwell for testimony before Congress. The Trump administration is also fighting to demonstrate it supports full disclosure following allegations that Pam Bondi was withholding information. A very unusual move. Todd Blanche, Deputy Attorney General and former counsel to President Trump, is arranging a sit-down meeting with Maxwell at her prison. The question is not whether there is much that Maxwell knows that has not been made public. She clearly does have such information. The question is whether any such information is material and significant in terms of criminal conduct. Epstein clearly hosted a wide range of influential figures, but they have denied having sexual relations with these associates. Many in the public remain skeptical of third-party accounts and interpretations of evidence. The only way to quell much of the lingering suspicion would be for the evidence itself to be transparent and public. The concern over special treatment and protections for the rich and powerful was magnified in the Epstein scandal and its luxury jets and private island. Even assuming that Maxwell has evidence against some of these celebrities, it's unclear whether criminal or civil charges would result, given the passage of time and relevant statutes of limitations. For example, there's a statute of limitations of 10 years for human trafficking crimes. However, in September 2022, Biden signed the Eliminating Limits to Justice for Child Sex Abuse Victims Act into law, eliminating the statute of limitations for TVPRA civil claims brought by minors. It is not retroactive. However, child abuse and human trafficking violations can still be prosecuted. The question is whether the victims previously made allegations that could now be corroborated by Maxwell. If so, she has something to trade in cooperation for a deal. Oh, hey, look at this. We've got a whole bunch of people coming through. Now, Kevin Pastrano with the 99 cents. Thank you very much. So that's one. And then another one from Kevin. That's two. And then $2 from Terry. Says, hi, Jim, in the chat. And then Kevin comes in with another 99 cents. And then another 99 cents. And then Terry comes in with $1. And then Kevin comes in with 99 cents. Did I plan on talking about Clapper CNN comments? If so, I'll shut up. Lol. And Patrick 7 with 5. I was planning on talking about that, but that's not till later in the show. So if you want, but thank you for the $5. I greatly appreciate it. But look at that. We're now at 10. So we're 1/3 of the way there to the goal. We're 10 in. So we only need 20 more, and we will be staying for 4 to 5, maybe 6 hours tonight. Long hours we'll be going. Mm-hmm. Well, that's why it's not retroactive, because you can't make laws retroactive. But if something happened, if one act, I think the way it works is if one act, like say they did something to this person, it was continuing, and it gets into that time frame, then all the other stuff is able to be looked at, I think. You have no idea how you and Joe would help me put my head out of the sand and take a real look around. I'm surrounded by idiots. Thank you for being a voice of reason. No problem, KPT. I'm just trying. Mm-hmm. Well, that was some special deal they did, and that's not for criminal cases. That's for lawsuits. I'm pretty sure for criminal cases you can never go retroactive. Like you could say, like once it's gone, it's gone. They can extend the statute of limitations as long as it hasn't expired yet on what the crime was. Mm-hmm. In the federal system, the government can file a Section 5K letter, 5K1 motion under sentencing guidelines for reduction in sentence if Maxwell provides substantial assistance in the investigation or prosecution of another person before sentencing. The key word is substantial. These motions can only be filed by the Justice Department, which require a witness to offer material testimony to support the prosecution of others. If Maxwell simply has embarrassing information, that's not sufficient for 5K. Maxwell could also hope for a pardon or commutation by Trump, which would more likely come near the end of his second term should she diffuse any allegations against him in these interviews. The interviews or hearings pose risks for Maxwell. She can be charged with lying to federal investigators under 18 U.S.C. 101 or perjury in any of her testimony. She would likely explore an immunity grant from Congress to avoid incriminating herself through any testimony. Yeah, so that's the first thing she would need. She would need immunity granted for anything. And like, I'm sure, like basically, the conversation that she's having with Todd Blanche right now is probably what's known as Queen for a Day, where basically you get to tell them anything and they can't use anything you say against you, and they're supposed to give up, tell them everything you know, and then they'll decide what they want to do. But if you leave anything out in Queen for a Day, then or lie about anything, then you're fucked. I'm pretty sure is how that works. Yeah, that's what I think, Kevin. If they had anything on Trump, it would have been used during the last election, because they went to Epstein himself asking for anything, telling him, if you have anything on Trump, give it to us and we'll help you out. And he had nothing. All this has made many people in the Beltway nervous. This is a city filled with crisis managers, and the greatest danger is always the unknown. Maxwell is the ultimate example of the menace of the unknown. As an invisible man himself explained, suddenly I realized the power I had, the power to rule, to make the world grovel at my feet. Says Jonathan Turley is a Shapiro Professor of Public Interest Law at George Washington University, and author of Indispensable Right, Free Speech, and the Rage of Rage. If she wants out of prison, let's see if she has anything to give, though. And then, switching topics now to Columbia to pay $220 million in settlement with the Trump administration. That's right, Columbia University. Settlement with the Trump administration. Columbia University reached a landmark settlement with the Trump administration on Wednesday, in which it will pay $221 million and pledge to reverse racially discriminatory practices and resolve civil rights violations against Jewish students. The settlement came after 4 months of negotiations that started when the administration pulled approximately $400 million in federal grants, New York Post reported. Most of that money will be returned under the settlement. Columbia will pay $200 million to the U.S. as well as $21 million into claims funds for Jewish employees who were discriminated against during anti-Israel on-campus demonstrations that followed Iranian-backed Hamas attacks on October 7, 2023, and Israeli military response to the Gaza Strip. This agreement marks an important step forward after a period of sustained federal scrutiny and institutional uncertainty, Columbia's acting president Claire Shipman said in a statement posted on the university's website. The settlement was carefully crafted to protect the values that define us and allow our essential research partners with the federal government to get back on track. Importantly, it safeguards our independence and critical condition for academic excellence and scholarly exploration, work that is vital to the public interest. Columbia agreed to end all programming that discriminated against faculty or students. Well, at least they call it programming, so they're admitting that they're programming people's minds, bringing it into compliance with the Supreme Court's 2023 decision banning race-based affirmative action, and create faculty positions to broaden intellectual diversity, the Post reported. Okay, well, listen, we are at 1 hour, 1 minute in, so I'm going to say goodbye to all the people on Twitter, X. If you are on Twitter, X watching, it looks like there was not very many people, only 10 people watching there. If you'd like to continue watching, come on over to Rumble, come on over to YouTube, come over to Instagram, or come over to Facebook. Because I am broadcasting on all those platforms right now, because I'm an insane maniac. But see you, X, Twitter. Come on back, where Jim will tell you the news. All right, now here we go. What about non-Jewish people who are discriminated against for opposing the anti-Jewish sentiment? I don't know. That's a good question. I would think they should. I would think they should get some money too if they were discriminated against. Definitely. Yeah. What is weird is they're offering to, like, the government was giving them $400 million in grants every year, and they're agreeing to pay $220 million. So they're still going to get $200 million. So it kind of seems like it's a payoff. I don't know. Settlement further calls for Columbia to maintain a trained security force blocking demonstration in academic spaces and coordinate with the New York Police Department to prevent a repeat of the takeover of Hamilton Hall by anti-Israeli protesters during the summer of 2024. The university also will ban individuals from wearing masks during protests. Why do you think the prince wasn't arrested? Who you're talking about, the Prince of England, Prince Andrew? Well, part of the problem is the girl who had evidence against him just recently died, so it's kind of hard to arrest somebody when the witness is dead. That's a problem. She committed suicide. The university's admission office will step up its vetting of foreign applicants, quiz potential students about their reasons for wanting to study in the U.S., and share that data with the federal government. As part of the participation in the federal student and exchange visitor program, the school will now be expected to report any disciplinary action for those holding visas, including suspensions, expulsions, or arrests. Yeah, because any of those things is grounds for termination of the visa. Disciplinary rules will no longer be governed by the faculty senate, but rather the office of the provost. On Tuesday, Columbia announced that dozens of students were going to be suspended or penalized, and a handful expelled for a recent disruptive library demonstration and an anti-Israel tent encampment that engulfed the campus last year, according to the Post. Regional programs, specifically the Center for Palestine Studies, Institute for Israel and Jewish Studies, Middle East Studies, South Asian and African Studies, and Middle East Institute and learning hubs in Tel Aviv and Amman, Jordan will come under strict review from the senior vice provost to ensure they are comprehensive and balanced. Additionally, Columbia will comply with Title IX and no longer force women to compete with biological men in sports or use their locker room, housing, or other facilities. Well, that's a good idea. It's not known what the effect of the settlement will have on the Trump administration's fight with Harvard, which has filed a federal lawsuit after being stripped of $2.6 billion in federal funding. And other schools facing why fuck is Harvard getting $2.6 billion in federal funding? That seems no. They've got billions of dollars in their endowments, and no, and people pay. The government should not be paying Harvard nothing. Other schools facing scrutiny regarding allegations of anti-Semitism and unfair hiring practices. Newsmax reached out to the White House for comment, but they didn't make comments. That's a Newsmax story. Then we got this story. This is this I thought was a good story that I wanted to talk about. I got a bunch of things pulled up about it because it seems like, Mark Elias, the guy who was the used to be the Democrats' go-to scumbag lawyer who would sue over everything. He just keeps losing. And he was the key Clinton lawyer in the Steele dossier scandal. He lost another attempt to block voter identification laws. Elias and Democrat activists sought to prevent Wyoming from confirming voter eligibility. Judge Scott Scavdall tossed the challenge. The federal court found that Elias was repeating an argument on standing previously rejected by the United States Supreme Court. In prior litigation, Elias has been sanctioned in court. His group was also criticized for pushing a gerrymandered map that would, according to the court, subvert the will of those governed. Hey, Patrick 7. We'll see. I'll see if I'm still going. If I get those other 20 super chats and I'm still going, then I'll probably see you at about 5 in the morning. Because I plan on going late tonight if we get close to the super chats. Diverting the will of those governed is precisely what Mark Elias and Cabal want to do and intend to do. The 2020 election is a prime example of their craft. We the people are wiser now and more vigilant. God, I just find guys like Elias so repugnant. They literally make me nauseous. We all have but one life. How does one choose to make their life what he has? Jamie Raskin is another, but there's no shortage of them. You cannot see super chats? What are you missing? What do you mean? They're well, they were there. Here, I could show you. Here's we had this one. Was this one? We had this one. We had this one. 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 And this one. So we had a bunch. We had 10. 10, 10, 10. Okay. So here's the story. There's some stories we're talking about because he keeps losing. This one, it says, Fifth Circuit keeps sanctions against Mark Elias in the voting case. Oh, wow, look at this. A big $20. He's telling me to shut up and read this. It says, one of the things about today's society is that we don't use shame enough to teach people a lesson. Obama may not go to jail, but it'll teach people what wrong and right is. We need more shame in our society. Yes, we do, J.H. Swellback. We definitely need more shame. And I don't know that he would go to jail or get convicted. I mean, if they were able to bring charges in a state like Florida or maybe, I don't know what other states, maybe Texas, maybe they would possibly be able to get a conviction. I don't know how if it would stand up. I don't know if the courts would say he is immune. But I think we should try, what they say. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Thank you for the $20. And there's Mr. K with $1, bringing us to 12 super chats on the evening. Oh, KP, hey, you're fine. You thought there was a target of the super chats. No, there's no target. It's just, it's this. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals said Wednesday that it will not be dropping sanctions levied against Mark Elias, but it will vacate sanctions against 3 other Perkins Coie lawyers who were on his team. The court had sanctioned Elias, who became the hero of sorts of Democrats in 2020. Battling lawsuits filed by Republicans seeking to overturn the results of the election. And they said that five other Perkins Coie lawyers lacked candor. Wow. Oh, that's crazy, right? Here's the wait, what's going on? Did I stop sharing? What happened? Oh, how did that happen? How did that happen? That's nuts. That's nuts. Oh, and then Terry comes in with another $1. Cute puppet puppy, Lasso Opso, one of my favorite breeds. Yes, they're nice. An Obama mugshot would be great. Here is the copy of the lawsuit that got tossed in Wyoming. It's order dismissing case for plaintiff's lack of standing. The matter comes before the court. Chuck Gray's motion to dismiss, federal rules of procedure. Article 3 of the Constitution asserts that claims this lawsuit, and therefore the court does not have subject matter jurisdiction over the case. The case must be dismissed without prejudice under Rule 12b-1. So they dismissed the case, and maybe defendant Chuck Gray, Wyoming Secretary, sued in his official capacity as a chief election official. Legislature passed a bill which became law without the signature nor the veto of the governor. Plaintiff challenged the constitutionality of it. It requires Wyoming voter to display proof of United States citizenship and proof of Wyoming residency in order to register to vote in an election. Seems like common sense, right? Why would anybody be opposed to someone having to prove they're a citizen and prove they're a resident of a state to register to vote? Seems like common sense to me. Mark Elias loses lawsuit against Wyoming proof of citizenship voting requirements. An Obama appointed federal judge has handed Mark Elias, the Democrat Party's go-to election lawyer, with another litigation loss after his firm sought to stop a Wyoming law from imposing proof of citizenship and residency requirements in the state's voting registration process. Civil complaint filed in early May by Elias Law Group on behalf of the Equality State Policy Center unsuccessfully challenged the constitutionality of HB 156, an election security law requiring proof of United States citizenship and state residency when registering to vote in Wyoming elections. Judge Scott Skovdahl, an Obama appointee, dismissed the lawsuit Tuesday, saying the plaintiff lacked constitutional standing. To establish grounds to sue, plaintiffs must demonstrate a concrete, particularized injury, that the injury is fairly traceable to the defendant's conduct, and that the favorable court decision could redress the injury. The 17-page ruling dismissing the case without prejudice, meaning it can be brought again. Skovdahl found the Equality State Policy Center failed to demonstrate a personal stake in the matter, showing that at least one identified member had suffered or would suffer harm from HB 156 registration requirements. So yes, the only way someone would suffer would be if they were trying to register to vote and they didn't have proof of citizenship, like they weren't a citizen or they weren't a resident, and then they wouldn't have the right to vote. So it's kind of like a catch-22. State laws on whether Santos can vote face legal challenges. Skovdahl noted that the Equality State Policy Center, a coalition of social justice groups in Wyoming offering voter outreach services such as documentation assistance to the Hispanic community, is not a voter itself, thus cannot object or target of HB 156. As for suing in a representational capacity, Skovdahl said the cohort is comprised of member organizations and far removed from individual members. Despite the degrees of separation, the plaintiff still did not point to a specific person aggrieved. In an interview Wednesday, the Washington Examiner, Wyoming Secretary of State Chuck Gray, whom the Policy Center sued, applauded the case outcome. We're leading the nation on the issue. This marks a huge victory for the people of Wyoming and the truth, Gray told the Washington Examiner. Mark Elias was no match for a vigorous defense. We put together a great team. Democrats want non-citizens to vote in our elections. Gray, a Republican, thanked the Trump administration and the National Republican Committee for supporting the state in the case. The U.S. Department of Justice submitted a statement of interest siding with Wyoming, and the RNC moved to intervene and join Gray as a defendant. Dillon Law Group, the law firm of Assistant U.S. Attorney General Hermie Dillon, head of the DOJ's civil rights division, served as Gray's outside counsel. In a public statement celebrating the lawsuit's dismissal, Gray had hailed HB 156 as a common-sense legislation in line with President Trump's agenda on election integrity reform. HB 156, a state-level version of the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act that's progressing through Congress, requires prospective registrants to provide documentary proof of U.S. citizenship or Wyoming residency, such as a driver's license, a U.S. passport, birth certificate, or naturalization paperwork. Effective July 1st, the bill became law without the signature of Governor Mark Gordon, who refused to sign it. Why would Governor Mark Gordon refuse to sign it? Seems odd. Republican who refused to sign it. As usual, Wyoming's probably got a bunch of rhino Republicans because Wyoming is where we got Liz Cheney from. The GOP must seize its chance to enact election integrity. In the thrown-out suit, the Equality State Policy Center had contended that HB 156 was far more likely to disenfranchise U.S. citizens who may be unable to provide necessary documentation that prevent non-citizens from unlawfully voting. Invoking the history of women's suffrage in Wyoming, the first U.S. state to grant women the right to vote, the complaint claimed that female voters, married women in particular, would face barriers at registration booths because of marital name changes. Among others, purportedly without access to acceptable forms of deed, equality state policies under asserted those disproportionately affected by the bill would include the state's homeless population, low-income individuals whose licenses were suspended or on account of unpaid fines, youth aging out of the juvenile system, and child welfare programs, specifically Spanish-speaking Hispanic citizens and transgender voters who legally changed their identities. Gray said the statute is not discriminatory. The left trots out these slogans that are false, and we debunk them in our response. The law is applied equally to everyone and is non-discriminatory. Everybody is equal under the law. These sorts of worn-out narratives that are false that the left brings up are countered by those in our response, and we won. No one is buying the Democrats' gender war attacks on voter ID. SAVE Act. Now granted, motion to dismiss said the plaintiff relied exclusively on a slew of hypothetical scenarios premised on speculative arguments. According to the defense filing, no evidence identified a single or otherwise qualified Wyoming resident who would be barred from registering to vote under HB 156's regulations. Scodval agreed Tuesday that the Equality Board Center claims were broad, conclusory allegations lacking factual substance. Elias losing the Wyoming non-citizen case marks his second election-related defeat in recent weeks. He tried to block a law banning foreign actors from funding money into ballot initiatives in Kansas. Representing the foreign-funded Kansans for Constitutional Freedom, the coalition of abortion rights activists, the Elias Law Group argued that the ban at issue infringed on free speech rights of those who accept foreign trace funds and then lobby in favor or against specific policy positions. Well, considering it's against the law for foreigners to participate in our election, donating money, foreigners don't have a free speech rights to give money in our election. Sorry. He loses the lawsuit over the foreign-born funding. On June 30th, a different Obama-appointed judge issued a scathing ruling squashing the plaintiff's bid to block the campaign finance bill, which prohibits donations from foreign nationals in support or defeat of proposed amendments to the Kansas Constitution. Kansas has identified a compelling interest in preventing foreign influence in Kansas' decisions about the foundational governing document. Washington Examiner contacted the Elias Law Group for comment, and he said, that's from Elias. From Platoon, remember? Thought it would be funny. Then we got this one. It simply does not make any sense. Judge trashes election lawsuit by Elias Law Firm. The firm of the former Clinton campaign general counsel has lost another election case in spectacular fashion. Chief Judge of the Western District of Wisconsin, James Peterson, an Obama appointee, did not just reject but ridiculed Elias' group to a witness requirement for absentee voting. Elias has been previously sanctioned in court and accused of lying in the Steele dossier scandal by journalists and others. U.S. District Judge James Peterson ruled against the lawsuit brought by Elias Group, arguing that the witness requirement violated the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and Civil Rights Act of 1964. The state statute 687-2 described what witness must certify. The statute sets forth both two sentences what a voter must certify on the ballot envelope. First requirement concerns the voter certifying that he or she meets the requirement for voting generally and for voting absentee in Wisconsin. The second requirement is certification that the voter followed the process for preparing the absentee ballot. These are called the first voter certification and witness certification. The witness certification refers to a witness certifying all of the above, which is obviously referring to the language on preparing the absentee ballot. Elias argued that the required certification of everything that preceded in it details the voter's record, etc. In the court opinion, Peterson expressed disbelief at the lunacy of Elias' argument, writing, normally the court would begin by searching for other textual clues in the statute, but in this case, the most obvious problem with plaintiff's interpretation is that it simply does not make any sense. The court then notes, under plaintiff's interpretation, every witness would have to determine the voter's age, residence, citizenship, criminal history, whether the voter is unable or willing to vote in person, whether the voter has voted at another location or is planning to do so, whether the voter is capable of understanding the objective of the voting process, whether the voter is under a guardianship, and if so, whether a court has determined that the voter is competent. Many witnesses will be unable to independently verify much of the required information. The statute allows any adult U.S. citizen to serve as a witness, suggesting that a wide variety of people should be able to do the job. It makes no sense to interpret it in a way that would make compliance virtually impossible. If plaintiff's interpretation was correct, it would mean that countless absentee ballots over the decades were invalid because the witness certified that the voter was qualified to vote and met other requirements in the first voter certification, even though the witness had no such basis for a certification. However, it gets even wackier. They argued that a simple witness requirement constituted a type of illegal vouching under the Voting Rights Act. This is a reference to the Jim Crow era when a registered voter had to vouch for a new voter, a system meant to prevent African Americans from voting. Well, the case adds to the long litany of losses and controversies for Elias. That record includes allegations of lying to her voters and subverting voters. Elias featured prominently in his filings of special counsel John Durham. It was Elias who made the key funding available to Fusion GPS, which in turn enlisted Steele to produce the now discredited dossier on Trump and his campaign. Yeah, I think they charge like $15 or whatever, but I'm pretty sure if you don't have money that you can get, like if you could fill out a form that you're indigent and they provide you with a free ID. I'm pretty sure in every state. Pretty sure. Let me just check the ghetto, make sure. Oh, got some comments in there, but no rants in the ghetto. Okay. During the campaign, reporters did ask about the possible connection to the campaign, but Clinton campaign officials denied any involvement. Weeks after the election, journalists discovered that the Clinton campaign hid payments for Steele dossier as legal fees among the $5.6 million paid to Perkins Coie. You would think that would be a crime, like, especially since Hillary Clinton's campaign was based out of New York. Shouldn't they be able to charge her with fraud under New York law, like they did to Trump, like a whole bunch of felonies? Seems like it, right? New York Times reporter Ken Vogel said at the time Elias denied involvement in the anti-Trump dossier. When Vogel tried to report the story, he said Elias pushed back vigorously, saying, "You or your sources are wrong." Times reporter Maggie Haberman declared folks involved in the funding this lied about it and was sanctimony for over a year. It was not just reporters who asked the Clinton campaign about its role in the Steele dossier. John Podesta, Clinton's campaign chair, was questioned by Congress and denied categorically any contractual agreement with Fusion GPS. Sitting beside him was Elias, who reportedly said nothing to correct the misleading information given to Congress. Should have been charged. The Clinton campaign and the Democratic National Committee were ultimately sanctioned by the FEC over handling of the funding of the dossier through its prior firm. DNC reportedly later cut ties with Elias. Elias has been sanctioned in past litigation, yet other Democrats have continued to hire him despite his checkered past. He's unsuccessfully led efforts to challenge Democrat losses. Elias also was the subject of intense criticism after a tweet that some have called inherently racist. Elias was back in the news in another major defeat in Maryland. He filed in support of an abusive gerrymandering of an election districts that a court found violated not only Maryland law, but the state's constitution's equal protection, free speech, and free elections clauses. The court found that the man pushed by Elias subverts the will of those governed. Elias has been accused of making millions from gerrymandering and challenging election victories by Republicans, while condemning such actions by Republicans as anti-democratic. His work for New York redistricting that was ridiculed as not only ignoring the express will of the voters to end such gerrymandering while effectively negating the votes of Republican voters. Recently, Elias' name popped up again in the scandal involving David Hogg and accounting irregularities. Hogg is accused of raising millions to support liberal candidates, but allegedly spending only $263,000 on such candidates while paying $83,000 to Elias' law firm. Hog. You know what they say? Never mind, I'm not going to say about pigs getting fat and hogs getting slaughtered. Previously, when allegations of self-dealing and accounting improprieties were raised with regard to Black Lives Matter, the group's attorney, Elias, immediately stood out to many. Elias resigned from his key role with BLM as the scandal exploded. It is not known if the Elias Law Group will appeal the stinging rebuke or cut its losses. Then we got this story, which says about Elias, which says Fired DOJ officials sought to sway Trump admin's handling of Venezuela. No, this one. Russia hoaxers Mark Elias loses bid to allow foreign interference in Kansas ballot issues. Wah, wah. There he is. To most observers, the Kansas law is not only entirely reasonable, but sets a bare minimum expectation about how American political funding should function across the board. Notorious Democrat election meddler Mark Elias, who is the key proponent of the Russia hoax conspiracy theory, has lost a bid to allow foreign interference to change the Kansas Constitution. Elias sued the state of Kansas after legislators there enacted a law to stop foreigners from financing state ballot initiatives or opposition to ballot initiatives. His law firm represented Kansas for Constitutional Freedom, a pro-abortion group involved in drumming up opposition to the state's 2022 ballot initiative, affirming that killing unborn babies was not a right found in the state's constitution, contrary to a state Supreme Court ruling. In the case, Elias and the abortion radicals essentially argued they cannot find political success in Kansas unless their activities are funded by far-left foreigners who seek the destruction of the West. Oh, yeah. Yes, I'm a huge fan of Blanton's single barrel bourbon. Huge fan. Love Blanton's. Elmer T. Lee is also excellent. That position appears to be in line with Elias's past as he commissioned a debunked Steele dossier from former British spy Christopher Steele in order to manufacture the lie that the Trump campaign was colluding with Russia to influence the 2016 election. Kansans for Constitutional Freedom is a self-admitted foreign-funded group that absolutely should not be financing ballot measure campaigns, said Caitlin Summerlin, executive director of Americans for Public Trust, filed a brief in support of the Kansas law. Without this law, there is nothing stopping other foreign-funded groups or foreign adversaries like Russia, China, and others from exerting large-scale financial influence in Kansas. The U.S. District Judge Daniel D. Crabtree, an appointee of former President Barack Obama serving in Kansas, agreed, citing the state's interest in keeping foreigners from mangling American state constitutions. Compelling interest analysis is straightforward. A state may limit participation of foreign citizens in activities of American democratic self-governance. Crabtree wrote, KFC contends that its 12 herbs and spices cannot interfere in the elections, which implicates ideas need be free from foreign influence because voters should be free to get information from diverse sources, he wrote, adding, ballot issues implicate democratic self-government even more directly than candidate advocacy. Crabtree's decision denied KCF an injunction on the Kansas law. The case arose from KFC's desire to beat Brown's Chicken and Popeyes in the battle of the chicken sandwich wars, and the ballot initiative challenged how Kansas would choose its state Supreme Court members. The group, which spent more than $11 million to advocate abortion in 2022, claimed that the law banning foreign influence ultimately operates as a complete ban on speech about constitutional amendments in Kansas for certain disfavored speakers. It also said it was specifically targeted by the law because it's a group that receives foreign funding. For most observers, Kansas law is not only entirely reasonable, but it sets a bare minimum expectation for how American political funding should function across the board. It imposes financial reporting requirements that makes it unlawful to accept contributions and expenditures from foreign nationals to support, promoting, or opposing amendments to the state's constitution. The law defines foreign national as a foreign government or political parties, as well as foreign entities. American entities are that are majority owned by foreign nationals or any individual non-citizen in the United States. Wow. American elections should be free of foreign interference, and states clearly have a right and an obligation to ban foreign nationals from influencing the democratic process. Jason Sneed, executive director of the Honest Election Project, said in a press release, non-citizens aren't allowed to vote, sit on juries, or contribute to candidates running for office. Ballot issued campaigns should be no different. Oh. KPT says, I literally had to hide under O'Biden for fear my neighbors and family would burn me at the stake. You and Joe have helped me emerge again. Thank you, Jim. I think anybody should be able to say what they think and what they feel. And I don't, I have friends that are all across the political spectrum. And I don't really judge a person. I judge people by the content of their character, not by their political party or the color of their skin or anything like that. I just, and anybody who would attack you because of your political beliefs or your opinions on issues, those are monsters, and those are fascists. Those are the monsters and fascists and commies. Hey, look at this. Julio Cesar with $10 says, don't spend it all in one place. Well, I won't spend it all in one place. I'll spend it in the only place. Hooters. Thank you. But hey, look at that. We're 14 super chats in. So we only need 16 more in the next half hour. And you know what? If we get close, if we get within 5, I'll extend the show. How's that sound? Sound good? KCF took in about 1.6 million funding tied to foreigners during the 2022 abortion campaign, all of which came from 1630 Fund, which is based in Washington, D.C. Left-wing outlets. The Atlantic called the organization indisputable heavyweight of Democratic dark money. Hey, okay, Mr. K's like, okay, I'm going to get you close. Thank you for the dollar. In your cul-de-sac in the neighborhood, you get along, you live along. Well, yeah, you know, happy neighbors, good fences make good neighbors. But just remember, you know, that, you know, if your neighbors are, Twin Peaks is nice. Tilted Kilt is good too. But I love buffalo shrimp from Hooters. Like hot or fire. Yeah, I can eat like 20 of them, and I don't know why, and I just love them. Hey, Mr. K with another $1. Oh, okay, now KPT just came in with 10. Wow, thank you, KPT. That's awesome. Mr. K with another $1. I guess we're definitely going to be doing the. Yeah, see that? Yeah, that's right, Julio. Trump is going to get the Redskins their name back, so at least he's doing that, right? They used to be. Here's the thing: is Hooters used to be like that, but now you never can tell. Man, and now Julio Scissors is coming in with 5 gifted memberships. Mr. K's coming in with another $1. Man, you guys are hail to the Redskins. That's right. Let's see who became a member. Let's see who became a member. We got Ian Jones became a member. Dissident Porcupine 73 became a member. Aha became a member. Lisa Faltersack became a member, and ST became a member. Thank you very much for starting to pay attention, and hopefully pretty soon you'll start noticing, and then you will become part of the Matrix. And Kevin Pastrano comes in with another 99 cents. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't realize I could do this, that I could actually heart these. I didn't realize that if I go in there, I could put a heart on these. Thank you. Thank you. And we're 20 in. Well, actually 21 in. We've got 9 to go in 35 minutes. We're going to make it. We're going to make it. I have a feeling we're going to make it. 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 We're doing it. We're doing it. Noting that, the Atlantic called the organization an indisputable heavyweight of Democrat dark money, noting that it sent roughly 61 million of effectively untraceable money to progressive caucuses, which is weird that they could do that they could send that kind of money, of untraceable money. Where's it coming from? Like, that's why if the Republicans or the Trump administration does anything at all, they need to go after Act Blue. They need to find out what the deal is with all these donations that James O'Keefe is exposing that people didn't make. The smurfing. It's got to stop. That money's probably coming from overseas, and it's probably all illegal. Yes, rest in peace, Hulk. NWO for life. That's right. Scott Hall. Hulk Hogan. Yeah. Nash, Hall, and Hogan. Those was great times. Good times. Life just said, here are the rest of your super chats. Oh, let me go look. Are they in? Are they in there? Oh, okay. So here, I'll show this so everyone can see. So they're all right there. Somebody put them all in Rumble. So we are going long tonight. We're going late, boys. I hope you guys, and Shemazel, Hoffenpfeffer Incorporated. Yeah, buddy. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Now I got to find out where I was. Oops. Nope. Nope. Oh, here we go. Back to the story. Sorry. Yes. Woohoo! So we are going long tonight. I hope everybody ate their Wheaties. We're doing it tonight. It's going. Thank you for the super chats there in Rumble. By the way, life is a different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're all there. Boom. All right, we're good to go. Good to go. Good to go. Good to go. All right. So that's weird. They need to look in. They need to look into Act Blue, and they need to look into where the money is going. Closed combat on new computer. Well, there you go. It is supported by Swiss billionaire Hans-Jürgen Wyss, who has contributed $280 million to the fund over multiple years. Well, that guy is. If they know it's a foreigner that's doing the money, why don't they go after him? Because it seems like that's against the law. 1630 has its tentacles all over left-wing funding and is administered by Arabella Advisors. Arabella Advisors, which is the chief among the left-wing dark money distributors in American politics. If I'm not mistaken, isn't Arabella Advisors wasn't that Hunter Biden and John Kerry's group? No? Isn't that them? Hey, well, you can fall asleep. I won't. I'm ready. Believe it or not, I took a very long nap today. Wow. And there's this. Mark Elias loses lawsuit over foreign funding in Kansas ballots. Oh, we saw. This is a different story. Denver, the Gazette from Denver. So we're going to skip over that. And then this is the one that says the Fifth Circuit keeps sanctions. Mark Elias. Oh, we looked at this already. This one. Okay. All right. Now we're going to jump to a new story about the craziest federal judge that I think this judge is trying to unseat Judge Boasberg for the most insane judge on the federal bench. A liberal Maryland federal judge has ordered Maryland father Kilmar Obrega Garcia, an accused violent woman-beating illegal migrant human trafficker from El Salvador, be released from detention ahead of trial. She says there is no evidence he's dangerous. Wow, look at that face. Look at that judge. Her name is Paula Xinis. Does anyone have an early life on her? Anyone? Another activist judge undermines border security by releasing an accused human smuggler despite ICE's clear enforcement mandate. The Remain in Mexico policy under Trump's leadership already proved that catch and release fuels chaos. Courts enabling this circus aren't just wrong, they're complicit in the border crisis. Garcia's case highlights the DC's systemic failures, prioritizing loopholes over laws, letting bureaucrats override ICE's authority, and wasting taxpayer funds on endless litigation instead of deportations. My brain farted right there. That was weird. Wow. When agencies spend millions fighting to keep criminals here while American cities drown in fentanyl, it's not justice, it's sabotage. Listen, all y'all, it's a sabotage. Listen, all y'all, it's a sabotage. Can't stand it, don't understand it. I will never take this Watergate. Time to end judicial overreach and restore operational control. Yeah, impeachments would be nice. Would be nice, you know, the judge. Mm-hmm. Let's read the story. That was a little Beastie Boys there. You guys didn't know. Sabotage. Hall of the Mountain King. Federal judge blocks ICE from deporting Kilmar Abrego Garcia upon jail release. Not only that, but this judge actually ordered that they can't take him into custody, which she has no authority to do that. The statute is very clear that the Attorney General can detain any alien she wants, and it's not up for judicial review. And if the Attorney General determines that alien needs to be detained, that alien gets detained. That's it. Abrego Garcia could be released from detention as soon as today after 2 federal judges issued rulings in his favor. The Maryland federal judge overseeing Abrego Garcia's criminal case has ordered his release from jail, stating that prosecutors failed to present any evidence justifying his pre-trial detention. The court found that the arguments and history cited by the government did not warrant holding him ahead of trial. I know it was the Beast Boys, but I like Sabotage better, Metalhead here, and then the guys from Sabotage created. No, what did they create? I don't know. I'm a bigger, like, I like Anthrax, I like Slayer, I like, Megadeth and Metallica, obviously old Metallica, real Metallica. King Diamond, good, yeah. Court found that arguments did not warrant holding him ahead of trial. Additionally, another federal judge overseeing his wrongful deportation case blocked the Trump administration from arresting and deporting him after his release from jail. U.S. District Judge Paula Xinis granted a temporary restraining order on Wednesday to prohibit the administration from taking him into ICE custody. She doesn't have that authority. She's overstepping her bounds. She's directing the executive branch, controlling the executive branch's actions, which she's not allowed to do. It's a violation of the separation of powers. Dennis previously said that she would issue the order with sufficient time to block the administration's plans to immediately deport Abrego Garcia upon his release. The order stated that the additional time will ensure that Abrego Garcia can raise credible concerns of removal to a third country through the appropriate channels in the immigration process. It has also ordered the government to provide him with immediate written notice of plans to deport him to a third world country, so that Abrego Garcia may assert claims of credible fear or seek any other relief available to him under the law and Constitution. He doesn't have any other relief under the law. He was ordered to be deported. This is ridiculous. He has no right to be in this country. He has to go. Then it said the order's 72-hour notice period is essential to prevent a repeat of Abrego's unlawful deportation to El Salvador by way of a third country removal. No. Defendants have taken no concrete steps to ensure that any prospective third country would not summarily return Abrego Garcia to El Salvador and end run around the very withholding order that offers him uncontroverted protection. The withholding order needs to get wiped away. All they have to do is do an assessment and say, that his fear is no longer valid, so he can be sent back, and remove the withholding order. Yeah, this judge needs to be impeached. Definitely. Her, Boasberg, there's about 8 or 9 judges that need to go. If they don't start doing it, the founding members of Sabotage created the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. That's awesome. I like the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. She's got to go. And then, since we're talking about immigration, let's do this one. We got a viral story about a grandpa secretly deported to Guatemala by ICE, then found dead, is a hoax. Another hoax. Just like the woman who they said was kidnapped and held and all this stuff. Another hoax. Mm-hmm. Yep. The Louis Leon deportation story is a textbook example of media malpractice. Outlets ran with unverified claims, fueling hysteria without basic fact-checking. DHS confirmed no record of his arrest or deportation, and Chilean authorities exposed the identity fraud. While ICE enforcement actions are critical for national security, the hoax undermines legitimate debates about immigration policy. The real issue? Bloated agencies like USCIS still hemorrhage taxpayer funds processing fraudulent claims and lost green cards. Time to audit every dollar spent on immigration services and demand accountability from both bureaucrats and reckless journalists. The facts are clear, but the waste and misinformation run deeper. Here it is. Viral story about grandpa secretly deported to Guatemala by ICE, then found dead, is a hoax. A widely reported story about a Pennsylvania grandfather being secretly deported, snatched by ICE and deported to Guatemala is nothing but a hoax, according to Homeland Security. As emerged, he may even have died 6 years ago. Luis Leon's family told reporters that the 82-year-old Chilean national had been handcuffed and taken away by federal officers when he went to a green card appointment in Philadelphia on June 20th. They then claimed that they were told he died in ICE custody. When he turned up alive in a hospital in Guatemala, the viral story was secretly deported by ICE turns out to be a hoax. The story was initially reported by Allentown. Why did it end like that? But then he turned up live in a hospital in Guatemala. The story was initially reported by Allentown outlet The Morning Call before being picked up by lefty outlets, including the Daily Beast, The Guardian, and Independent, which shut down by the Homeland Security. ICE never arrested or deported Luis Leon to Guatemala, nor does ICE disappear people. This is categoric lie being peddled to demonize ICE agents who are already facing an 830% increase in assaults against them, DHS Press Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said in a statement. This hoax was peddled by the media who rushed to press without pausing to corroborate the facts with DHS. This was journalistic malpractice. DHS has also said that no record of the man appearing at any green card appointment in or around the area of Philadelphia on June 20th. Leon's family told the reporter that he was sent to a Minnesota detention facility, and a woman claiming to be an immigration lawyer called them to say he had died in ICE custody and offered to help them, without disclosing how she knew about the case. They claimed to later found out he was in a hospital in Guatemala from a Chilean relatives. But the Guatemalan Institute of Migration, who coordinates with ICE on all deportations from the U.S., said did not receive anyone matching Leon's name, age, or nationality. And while Guatemala has agreed to receive U.S. deportees from other Central American countries, the agreement does not extend to South America. Leon was granted political asylum in the U.S. in 1987 and worked in a leather manufacturing plant for 40 years before retiring. However, ICE states the only record of Leon entering the U.S. is in 2015 from Chile under a visa waiver program. A death certificate matching Leon's name and date of birth from the Chilean capital of Santiago in 2019 was presented to the Daily Caller by a Chilean journalist. The Morning Call published an updated story on Monday defending its reporting, saying its reporters repeatedly requested information from ICE during its reporting. And the ICE spokesman previously refused to confirm details, including whether or not Leon was even at the Philadelphia office, and said Monday that ICE investigators were not able to contact the family. Leon's supposed family told the caller in a statement that they would no longer speak to the media and ask for privacy. Yeah, because they're fucking liars. Morning Call did not respond for comment. And these people are like and say like, oh, well, now they want to be private now. No, somebody needs to track them down because clearly there was some kind of immigration fraud going on and the family's part of it. They were using dead people's stuff, clearly. Since we're on migrants and talking about them, let's get on this one. We've got a Somali man named Salman Haji fled to his family's native East Africa days after allegedly brutally killing a Chinese woman in a robbery in a Costco parking lot near Seattle. His accused co-conspirator, another Somali, was caught after more shootings. We just had this happen in Oregon also. The hit and run subject accused of striking three teenagers who were changing a tire along the Oregon Highway, killed one of them, may have fled the country, state investigators say. Yeah, that's right. They just keep, the government brings them in unvetted and they come and kill. The officials who let them in should stand trial for murder lawsuits. The truth is, they got away with murder. I agree. Definitely. Somali demographics reveal as a group they are truly near or at the bottom of having missed the Renaissance age of enlightenment and the industrial age. Can't wait for them to be in power and live in our neighborhoods. Good times await. And all the people have moved out of Seattle because it doesn't feel safe anymore, and the homeless situation is so bad. Seattle is just behind San Francisco and destroying a good thing. Okay, we're going to read the story. Suspected deadly Costco parking lot shooting extradited from Kenya to Seattle. Also, they ended up getting him back. 20-year-old Haji was apprehended by the FBI in Kenya and has now been extradited back to the U.S. A man accused of fleeing to Africa after a deadly shooting in a Washington Costco parking lot last year has been returned to the Evergreen State to face murder charges. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Seattle confirmed to Como News that 20-year-old Salman S. Haji, well, the guy's name was actually Haji. His name is Haji, was apprehended by the FBI in Kenya and has now been extradited back to the U.S. He's currently being held in Kings County Jail on $5 million bail. I'm surprised they didn't release him and say he wasn't a flight risk. After evading SPD, police say Haji and Abdi went to a QFC in Normandy Park and used the carjacking victim's credit card to buy gift cards. The video from the QFC. Aegis cruisers are no joke. They look like very, oh, look at them. Mm-hmm. About 20 minutes after leaving QFC, the stolen Porsche shows up at the Tukwila Costco. This video shows the sequence of events where Ming is killed. Police say Haji is the shooter and Abdi is the getaway driver. Yeah, SB Farmer's right. We only lose ships to fire in San Diego now. Can't get over that. We lost the ship in port to fire. That's not supposed to happen, ever. Oh, so this person's getting carjacked. They're not saying, I think this was just a random attack, maybe. They saw this woman walk into her car and they were trying to carjack her, get her, when she was in the car, they blocked her in. You can see the car, they blocked her in, and they're in there, and she's in the car, and they're trying to rob her. So I would say it's just a robbery. That's horrible. Haji and his co-defendant, Elisi Abdi, who is also 20, has been charged with murder, attempted robbery, and robbery for the fatal shooting of 67-year-old Yang Ming on January 26, 2024. According to prosecutors, Ming was killed during a purse-snatching attempt in the Kula Costco parking lot. She and her sister loaded groceries in the car. Ming's sister was the primary target of the robbery, and surveillance video shows Haji fatally shooting Ming as she tried to help her sister. That was footage from a Costco parking lot where they were trying to do a purse snatch, and then a woman tried to stop them, and they shot the woman. Authorities say Abdi was a getaway driver operating a Porsche SUV that had been carjacked earlier that morning in Seattle's Queen Anne neighborhood. The carjacking occurred after a Honda sedan rear-ended a woman, after which a man exited the Honda, pointed a gun at the victim, and demanded her car keys. Both vehicles fled the scene. Yeah, Salty C, I agree. I mean, there's no reason to shoot somebody over a robbery, just to give them I don't know. Yeah, that's unacceptable. The Von Hope Richard Byrne in the dock. Oh, that was just a surveillance video from the Costco parking lot where this woman was killed by these two Somalis. That's all. We're reading the story, and I just part. Seattle police officer spotted the stolen Porsche and attempted a traffic stop on I-5 with the SUV evade capture. Roughly an hour later, the suspects were seen on video at the QFC in Orny Park, where they allegedly used the carjacking victims' credit cards to purchase gift cards. Surveillance showed them entering the store at 10:10 and leaving at 10:17. At 10:38, the stolen Porsche entered the Costco parking lot. According to police, the surveillance footage shows Haji and Abdi spotting Ming and her sisters, and after circling back, Haji jumped out of the car and grabbed the sister's purse. As Ming tried to get help from the passenger seat, Haji shot her in the chest before fleeing in a Porsche. Police officer already parked at the store was alerted by witnesses and responded immediately, but despite efforts for first responder, Ming died at the scenes. Later that day, the Porsche SUV was discovered abandoned in a church parking lot in Des Moines. Investigators recovered the car's license plates from the trunk. Fingerprint analysis matched Abdi's prints to one of the plates and Haji's to the vehicle passenger side door handle. That was Seattle, KPT, Seattle. Haji fled the U.S. just 5 days after the shooting, reportedly after being identified in a social media post. He boarded a flight from Seattle to Tacoma International Airport and eventually made his way to Kenya, where he was later arrested and extradited. Haji is also facing a federal carjacking charge, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office. Haji was booked into jail over the weekend. No court date has been set. Murder, robbery, eluding police. Meanwhile, Abdi was arrested on May 16th in connection with a separate shooting in Kent. He's being held on a $6 million bail related to both the Ming case and the Kent incident. Abdi has pleaded not guilty and is expected back in court in August. Like this is, how many Guatemalan illegal migrants convicted of having sex with a child does America really need? I'd say none. Zero. Ditto. ICE Virginia. ICE arrested a Guatemalan illegal alien invader, 21-year-old Andre Cortez Mendez. He was charged with having sex with a child in Fairfax, Virginia, and given a 3-month suspended sentence. They suspended the sentence. Is that justice, Don Corleone? They suspended the sentence. The criminal was released by the detention facility and did not honor an ICE detainer. He originally crossed the border as a getaway in Rio Grande in Texas in 2018.
Dramatic video showing U.S. Immigration and Customs and
That was weird.
Dramatic video showing U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents arresting convicted sex offender 21-year-old Andre Cortez Mendez in Falls Church, Virginia on April 2nd. U.S. border agents arrested Cortez Mendez after they say he illegally entered the U.S. near the Rio Grande Valley in Texas in 2018. ICE saying he was supposed to appear
like
before an immigration judge but didn't show up to court. According to ICE, he was arrested in Fairfax County for an alleged sex crime last year in March. Agents issued a detainer against Cortez Mendez with the Fairfax County Adult Detention Center. And then on May 20th of last year, a Fairfax County judge gave him a 3-month suspended sentence after he was found guilty of having sex with the child. Despite being found guilty, ICE says Fairfax County officials did not honor ICE's detainer and released Cortez Mendez back into the community in Northern Virginia. And then last Wednesday, that is when the ICE agents arrested him on the street. Tonight, ICE releasing a statement that says, in part, Andre Cortez Mendez is a convicted sex offender and exactly the type of illegal alien that ICE officers seek to remove from Washington, D.C. and Virginia. We refuse to allow such offenders to continue to threaten the residents of our neighborhood.
Who's the judge? I want to know the judge's name. I want to know who this judge is. We have to, this judge needs to be shamed. This judge needs to be impeached, removed from the bench, whatever. 3-month suspended sentence for having sex with a child. What? Yeah. Deport all criminal illegal aliens. That's correct. Deport them all. Legals lie about their age. I saw it often with the Islamic fighting age men coming into Greece. They would lie and say they were 17 when they looked 40. Yeah. Found guilty and released. Unfucking believable. He was charged with having sex with a child. Fairfax, Virginia was given a 3-month suspended sentence. Judge, I did not know. Oh, look, you're free to go. Suspended a sentence. Suspended a sentence of Don Corleone. That's gross. The inner circle is just I'm moving on to the next story. Hey, we're past 2 hours. What do you know? We're going to go. We're going late tonight, buddies, girls. I hope you're all ready. The inner circle is crumbling. This Saturday marks 1 month since my father passed. I woke up heavy, so I did what I've been done for years, take a pulse system. I turned on Morning Droll, not for the truth, to study the machine. Joe and Mika aren't journalists. They're narrative managers, legacy assets. When they get sarcastic, mocking, or nervous, something is breaking behind the scenes. Today, Joe Scarborough rang the bell on air and said, even if your crazy conspiracy theories are right, it doesn't matter. When asked why, we ring the bell when Tulsi Gabbard meets her low expectations. What? It wasn't commentary. It was ritual humiliation, mocking someone who walked away from the narrative and refused to crawl back. Let's be clear. Scarborough was a former congressman with unanswered questions. Yeah. Wasn't a woman found dead in his office? If I'm not mistaken. Something? No, not him. Was that a different congressman? I don't know. There was some weird shit going on with him. Mika is the daughter of Zbigniew Brzezinski, Cold War power broker. Yeah. The two weren't hired for insight. They were installed. In the WikiLeaks DNC email leaks in 2016 confirmed Mika was in direct contact with the Clinton campaign offering to fix negative coverage. DNC staff even discussed sending people to her house. Another leak showed DNC coordination with Morning Joe producers to shape coverage. It wasn't news, it was messaging. When Hillary lost, they pivoted. Full push on the Russia collusion hoax. Years of lies and breathless coverage designed to cripple Trump's presidency. They live in McLean, Virginia. It's not random. It's the Intel class suburb. Langley's shadow. These people don't report on power. They are power. But that control is slipping. The internet shattered their monopoly. Now we're watching them in real time, and they know it. Tulsi didn't play along, so they mock her, ring bells, try to shame anyone who escapes the script. Joe's quote, even if it's true, it doesn't matter, isn't power, it's panic. It's the sound of a man watching his influence collapse. They're not gatekeepers anymore. They're just actors left on the stage, reading lines no one believes. We're not looking anymore, and they know it. The curtain isn't lifting, it's falling. Did you miss the segment I referenced? Don't worry, I suffered through it so you don't have to. Let's see what it says.
Crazy about this is, and of course, many people would say, some say it's because what's on the front page of the Wall Street Journal this morning. DOJ told Trump his name is among those in Epstein files. Some would say Tulsi Gabbard, and what was that yesterday? Seriously? Talk about playing down to the lowest of low expectations. Tulsi, congratulations. You just did it. And I think expectations may have been here about playing down to the lowest of low expectations. Tulsi, congratulations. You just did it. And I think expectations may have been here. And I think you may have gotten, you can't even see it on the TV screen, but if you can see my right hand to be down here, Tulsi Gabbard, you are the winner of actually meeting the lowest of low expectations that were laid out for you. But all of this stuff is just leading to chaos, and maybe the president thinks, hey, let's throw as much against the wall as we can throw against the wall. But as Karl Rove writes, let's see, it's in Wall Street Journal opinion, there is a political price to conspiracy theories. We'll get into Karl's op-ed in a little bit. But they're actually seeing that price, and they're making these wild, outrageous claims. And I don't think it helps the president. I know it sure doesn't help the country in the long run. And as the Wall Street Journal is also saying, and others have said, you know, you actually got a decision from the Supreme Court that grants presidents immunity. So even if your wild, crazy conspiracy theories were right, they would be irrelevant.
Yeah, I heard you hit the bell there, talking about DD.
We don't do that much. Hold on, she's on the. There we go again. I just said it again.
That underscores where we are.
That underscores where we are. You know, sometimes when you have baseball parks in the summer, somebody hitting a grand slam.
Oh yeah, so she says it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because even if you're true that because Obama has immunity, but they don't have a blanket immunity. They're not immune from everything. That's the part they're just ignoring now. He wouldn't have immunity from treason. So we'll see. This is the story the lady wrote. I don't know. Oh, Death Angel Shadows with another $1. What do you know? Oh, thank you. Scarborough, the former congressman who walked out of D.C. with baggage and press won't touch, and Mika Brzezinski, one of the most influential power architects in modern history. Those two don't work the way. Clinton lost. They didn't skip a beat. And they live in McLean, Virginia. I'm just looking to see if there's anything. Joe's put it doesn't matter if it's true, dismissive, it's defensive. They're not gatekeepers. Yeah. See, we pretty much read the entire thing. So now we're going to jump to another story. Just so you guys know, we are roughly halfway through the topics I had lined up for today. And once I get through these, if we're still going and people are still here and they still want to watch, I'll pull up some of the topics I didn't get to yesterday or the day before. So. Yes. Yes. Putin is sweating. Moscow is under siege. It's only getting worse. The war is dragging on. Sanctions are biting. Trump gave him 50 days to make peace. 1 week down, Iran can tell you about Trump's deadlines. And now Russia's collapse seems very possible. I don't believe that. Piers Anthony. Yeah, I thought that was right. It was Scarborough's intern that died in his office that supposedly he was having an affair with the intern, right? Or was there a different congressman? I know there's been two congressmen. There was another one, I can't remember his name, who was having an affair with was her name Chandra Levy? The other congressman who was found dead at a park and they thought he killed her. And then he resigned. This was supposed to be Putin's victory summer. Instead, there's no major offensives, daily drone strikes on Moscow, surging war fatigue, crashing steel output, budget crisis, floods in Red Square. The mood in Russia is despair. Well, this guy's a Ukraine opponent, maybe. I don't know. Putin's propaganda is wearing thin. Opinion polls show less pride, less hope, more fear. Even loyalists fear the war is aimless, and Ukraine's drone strikes are proof the motherland isn't safe. I mean, these drone strikes, weren't they months ago? Putin's response, more repression. 14 years for a novelist in exile. 22 years for an anti-war activist. New laws criminalize searches for extremist content. Plans to ban WhatsApp. A competent regime doesn't act like this. The economy's bleeding out. Steel production down 18%. Sanctions tightening. Shadow fleet blocked. Oil capped at $47.60 a barrel. Budget deficit exploding. Kremlin says they're immune to further sanctions. The numbers say otherwise. Trump gives Putin a 50-day ultimatum. No Russian peace deal. Then 100% secondary tariffs. No exceptions. Trump's 50-day deadline matters more than Moscow admits. Week one is over. Trump's disappointment won't be verbal. It'll be kinetic and economic. No, I don't think it's going to be kinetic. Trump better not attack Moscow. I don't give a shit what's going on. We did not sign up for Trump to declare war on Moscow or Russia. No thanks. Better not happen, buddy. Airstrikes been ramping up. Trump gave them permission to hit more targets in Russia. Yeah, but this guy's saying Trump's response won't be verbal; it'll be kinetic. Trump better not use our U.S. military force against Russia. He'll be done. Yeah. More weapons are flowing to Ukraine. More sanctions are queued. 2 months ago, I gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum to make a deal. Putin has no exit plan, no path for victory, no answers for a tired, poor, angrier populace. He's not trying to win anymore. He's trying to survive. I just saw, too, I got a story. Maybe I'll pull that story up. Maybe I'll pull it up right now about the protests in Ukraine, and it looked like Ukraine might fall. That was just yesterday. The war is now 1,244 days old, and every day it grinds on. Russia grows more isolated, more bankrupt, more fragile, more dependent on China, and Putin knows it. One spark could light a fire he can't contain. Could Putin face a coup? Ukraine can't win its war, but Russia has already lost it. It can hold some Ukrainian territory. Yes, it can't achieve its war aims, and Putin can't afford to retreat. He has 50 days minus a week before the hammer falls. He's running out of time. All right. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to do this right now. I'm going to pull this up. I'm going to look for this story from yesterday. Because I want to do this right now. Since we're going to go late anyway, it doesn't matter. Maybe it was Tuesday. There we go. There we go. We're going to talk about this. Zelensky's government. Oh, well, Watermark coming in with $10 says, how you doing, Jim? How you doing, the Watermark? Haven't seen you around. So happy to see you in the chat. It's great to see you. And then Baba Booey comes in. Baba Booey, Baba Booey, Baba Booey, member for 2 months. Julio Scissors. Great to see you guys. Great to see you. So Zelensky's government is on the verge of collapse. Mass protests have erupted in Kiev as anger mounts against Zelensky's refusal to seek an end to the war. What's this? Huh. What's this? We already hit the goal, Death Angel Shadow. We hit the goal because somebody sent 10 Rumble rants in Rumble. So we hit the goal. Sorry, I thought I made that clear. We hit the goal. Yeah, we hit the goal. We totally hit the goal. Totally and completely hit the goal. Yes, we got this. Okay. Looks like misinformation. No way to know. This says Zelensky's government is imploding under the weight of its own corruption. And failed leadership. Ukraine's parliament just gutted independent anti-corruption agencies through the HR 55640, placing them under political control, a move that even the EU calls a serious step back for accountability. This isn't about war fatigue, it's about the regime torching transparency while demanding endless foreign aid. The Biden administration shoveled billions into this black hole with zero oversight. Now Trump's America First policy demands accountability, no blank checks for government that dismantle anti-graft institutions while soldiers die. Ukraine's leadership crisis proves why every dollar must be audited, every weapon tracked, and every ally held to strict anti-corruption standards. Ukraine curbs anti-corruption agencies, sparking rare protests. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky signed a bill on Tuesday revoking the autonomy of 2 anti-corruption agencies, a proposal that has sparked rare street protests in Kiev and alarm among the country's international backers. Critics say the legislation consolidates powers in Zelensky's hand, almost like he's a dictator. Weird. He's consolidating all the power in his own hands, and he doesn't stand for elections. So, what does that tell you? And will allow government meddling in high-profile graft cases. The European Union called the decision a serious step back, while hundreds gathered in the central square, a show of anti-government anger rarely seen since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Lawmakers in Ukraine Parliament voted 263-13 to approve the bill. The majority of those in favor being from Zelensky's ruling party. Well, yeah, because the only party that's allowed to exist is Zelensky's party, right? Didn't they outlaw all the other parties? Zelensky later signed a bill into law. You know, what other group of people banned all other parties? I think that happened somewhere else. Let me think. Oh, that's right. That happened in Germany in the 30s. They banned all. Yeah, those people were kind of fascist, corrupt, kind of like. But I guess they have that in common since they have the whole Azov battalion. They wear those swastikas and they have the crazy trident thingy and they do all stuff. And yeah, man. Yes. The bill would replace the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine and Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office under the direct authority of the Prosecutor General, who's appointed by the President. The NABU investigates instances of corruption among state institutions, while SAPO prosecutes other corruption. Oh yeah, the only corruption they're going to go after is the corruption that they're not getting any money from. So if someone else is getting it, not Zelensky or his people, that's what they want. Oh, I thought I had. Isn't there one a SWAT sticker in the emojis? Maybe. If not, I'll get one. I'll get on that. In an address early Wednesday, Zelensky said the NABU and SAPO will work regardless of the changes, adding that Ukraine's anti-corruption infrastructure needed to be cleared of Russian influences. Yeah. Blame it on the Russians. Russia. The Prosecutor General is determined to ensure the punishment is inevitable in Ukraine. But the Anti-Corruption Action Center, an NGO, said the law would render the agencies meaningless as Zelensky's Prosecutor General would stop investigations to all the president's friends. Protesters in the capital expressed anger at the measure. Some chanted, veto the law. See, right here it says, Ukraine-Russia talks overshadowed by Zelensky's anti-corruption crisis. Right. Germany seeks U.S. guarantee before sending Patriots to Ukraine. I wonder what the guarantee is. I wonder. The bill's being rushed through, said a 26-year-old game designer, Anastasia. It's clear that this is a targeted effort. The protesters jeered and booed after Zelensky signed the bill into law. NABU began working in 2015 as Kiev sought to bring the country closer to Europe after the 2014 pro-European revolution. Since its inception, the agency had uncovered widespread graft, including among figures in Zelensky's administration. Bad day for Ukraine. Many opponents of the law voiced concern that Ukraine was reversing course after a decade of democratization. Ukraine had a tough stance on corruption in recent years, both as a prerequisite for joining the EU and to reassure allies who have sent wartime aid, but investigators say it remains a serious problem. No, not swastika, SWAT stickers. EU Enlargement Commissioner Mark Elias slammed the vote and said anti-graft institutions were essential for Ukraine's EU path. Seriously concerned over today's vote, Cause wrote on X, the dismantling of key safeguards protecting NABU's independence is a serious step back. The chair for the Ukrainian Parliament's Anti-Corruption Committee, Anastasia Radina, said the bill is counter to Ukraine's EU accession process. It's a setback, yes, but is this a point of no return? No, the official said. We're just going to wait till we steal all the money, and then once we steal the money, then we're going to go ahead and have independent people looking, but they're not going to be able to look back at the other stuff, just looking forward. Ukraine's former Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba, who resigned from the government in 2024, said the measure marked a bad day for Ukraine. A bad day. Now the president has a choice to stand on the side of the people or not. On Monday, law enforcement conducted large-scale raids at the NABU, detaining one employee on suspicion of spying for Russia. So they're arresting the people who were trying to stop the graft and stealing. Oh, that's great. This isn't old news. This is just a couple days old. I wanted to rebut that stuff because the guy was saying how Ukraine's winning and Russia's falling, so I just wanted to throw this up. Transparency include rank Ukraine 105 out of 180 countries in its corruption perception indexes. Wow. And here's the New York Times. In a wartime protest, target Zelensky for the first time. Demonstrators moved to dismantle anti-corruption. Bito. So they spell it with a B. Bito. So thousands of people gathered in the streets. All right, we're going to jump. We're going to sift through. Yeah, this is basically, so Zelensky's a tyrant and corrupt, and they're going to keep going. All right, so here we go. Oh, here we go. Next story. This is news from today. I hope everyone's happy. This is today's news. This came out today. This is news from today. Today. Not old news. This news, all news is good news, says Gary Gnews. Do you know what that's from? Does anyone know what that's from? No news is good news. All news is good news, says Gary Gnews. Anyone know? The Great Space Coaster. Whoa, ho, ho, here we go. One of the most bizarre moments in court. Ryan Routh, insisted on representing himself in his trial for the attempted assassination of President Trump, noting that his court-appointed lawyers don't appreciate me and they're afraid of me. It appears that he feels unappreciated, he told Judge Eileen Cannon. These are nice ladies. How can they defend me and say I'm not a dangerous person if they're afraid of me? They don't appreciate me and they're afraid of me. Does this guy think he's on a Tinder date? Great minds think alike. Routh appears to be confusing his legal defense with a Tinder date. His lawyers do not have to appreciate him to represent him. Indeed, the precondition of being appreciated would eliminate any lawyer short of Ted Bundy, and he's outside of the jurisdiction. Yeah. If his lawyers confirm they are afraid of him, then the judge should ask if another lawyer is willing and able to do, preferably male. He's setting up an insanity defense by acting goofy. Sounds narcissistic. Yeah, let's see. Trump assassination attempt suspect can represent himself at trial. Federal judge rules. Judge orders defense attorneys to remain on standby for Ryan Routh, despite them claiming relationship is irreconcilably broken. New court filing. DOJ releases documents. The man charged with trying to assassinate President Trump at one of his Florida golf courses last year was given clearance by a federal judge on Thursday to represent himself in his upcoming trial. Ryan Routh appeared in front of the U.S. District Court Judge Eileen Cannon in Fort Pierce a day after his court-appointed attorneys asked to be removed from the case. However, Cannon ruled that Routh's attorneys must remain on standby and denied their request to be withdrawn. Prior to allowing Routh to represent himself, Cannon told him that his court-appointed attorneys will defend him far better than you can defend yourself, and I strongly urge you not to make this decision. These are nice ladies. How can they defend me and say I'm not dangerous if they're afraid of me? Routh said at one point. They don't appreciate me and they're afraid of me. The attorneys described Routh's claims as untrue. The 59-year-old was wearing beige jail scrubs and appeared disheveled during the court appearance, during which he was taking notes despite being shackled at the wrists. Trump assassination suspect floats bizarre prisoner swap in letter to judge, asks why he can't be executed. Oh, I'm going to read that story. We're definitely going to read this one. We're definitely going to read that story. Sorry. That story's next. Mr. Routh has now refused 6 attempts from members of our office, the defense team, to meet with Mr. Routh. As a result, undersigned counsel submits that the attorney-client relationship is irreconcilably broken. It's clear that Mr. Routh wishes to represent himself. He's within his constitutional rights to make such a demand. His lawyers wrote in a filing late Wednesday night. His lawyers added they went to speak with Routh on Tuesday at the Federal Detention Center in Miami, but were informed that Routh didn't want to meet with them. Routh is charged with attempting to assassinate Donald Trump, assaulting a federal officer, and multiple firearm violations for his September 15, 2024 incident in Florida, the second attempted assassination plot against Trump in a matter of months. He has pleaded not guilty. Fox News digital reported earlier this month that Routh wrote an unusual letter to the judge asking why the death penalty isn't on the table and proposing that he be included in a prisoner swap with U.S. adversaries, even suggesting he be sent to freeze in Siberia in exchange for a Ukrainian soldier. Kind of spoiled that one, didn't I? Hey, Joel Eichner, never seen you here before. Eichner Bean. Me ask K-Man Buddy, your woman bumps seem elevated, look nice. K-Man Buddy say she make herself. Yet I ask him what happened to her hair. Buddy replied, she no longer wants to get dragged into the cave. Threatens to burn bump holder. I like humor. Me too. Why is the death penalty not allowed? At nearly 60, a life nothingness without love. What is the point? Why is it not all or nothing? Ruth wrote a letter on the case docket. I had wished for a prisoner swap with Hamas, Iran, or China, or Jimmy Lai, or one of 40 others to freeze to death in a Siberian in exchange for a Ukrainian soldier so I could die being of some use and save all this court mess. He then sarcastically added the judge could send him away, which would be a Trump a symbolic win. Huh? Perhaps you have the power to trade me away, an easy diplomatic victory for Trump to give an American he hates to China, Iran, or North Korea. Everybody wins. Man, Routh blasted his legal team, accusing them of ignoring his questions, refusing to write to him, and undermining him. It's ridiculous from the outset to consider a random stranger that knows nothing of who I am to speak for me. I will be representing myself moving forward, Routh wrote. They do not want the case, and I only want to listen to how horrible a person I am. I can beat my own self up. I don't need help. Lest I walk alone. It's going to walk hard, the Dewey Cox story.
This morning, the country received the devastating news that Terry Bollea, better known as Hulk Hogan, died at the age of 71 at his home in Clearwater, Florida. Medics were dispatched into the scene, and he was carried out on a stretcher and into an ambulance. Officials say the wrestling legend died of cardiac arrest. May he rest in peace. Hulk Hogan wasn't just a wrestler. He was a household name. When you said Hulk, people knew who you were talking about. When you said Hogan, same thing. To most, he was larger than life, figuratively and literally. Billed as a 6'7" giant with 24-inch biceps, he earned the nickname the Hulk in the late 70s,
that story.
catching the eye of wrestling promoter Vince McMahon. And the rest was history. Hogan broke onto the wrestling scene clad in red and yellow, a handlebar mustache, and long blonde locks. His colorful look was meant to represent the sun, muscles, and Hollywood. But the colors that mattered the most to him were red, white, and blue.
Wow. Yeah, well, peace to Hulk Hogan, man. That's sad. Let's see this. Trump assassination suspect floats bizarre prisoner swap and letter to judge. Asks why he can't be executed. Rick Derringer died as well? Wait, Rick Derringer died as well? Like 8675309 or Jenny, don't you lose my number, right? Good news. No good news is good news. Wow. Routh also wanted to fire his attorneys. It's Uriah Heep. Question is a good song. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think Rick Derringer was from Golden Earring, right? Oh, he died a couple months ago. Well, I was thinking of Rick Springfield. Maybe. I don't know. DOJ released documents. Brian Routh, the accused would-be assassin, has written an unusual letter to the judge asking why the death penalty is not on the table and proposing that it be included in a prisoner swap with U.S. adversaries, even suggesting it be sent to Siberia in exchange for a Ukrainian soldier. Oh. Oh, Chuck Mangione died too. That's right, man. Routh also said he wants to represent himself. Why is the death penalty not allowed? Radar love. Yeah, that's right. Brian Wesley Routh. I wish for a prisoner swap. Sarcastically wants to judge. Can depart or trade me away. He blasts his legal team. Can we just read this fucking story? The same exact story. What is going on? Man accused of trying to assassinate Trump while he played golf can represent himself. Brian Routh. Yeah, district judge said he could sign off. Earlier this week, the federal public defenders withdrew from the case. Yeah, Ozzy, Hulk Hogan, and Theo Huxtable all in 1 week. Yeah, terrible. Yeah. He's also pleaded not guilty to state charges of terrorism, attempted murder. He intends to delay this. He doesn't intend to delay the trial. If she lets him represent himself, he's described to extend his education 2 years of college after earning a GED. His letter, he said that they were a million miles apart. They refused to answer his questions. He could die being of some use to save the court a mess, but no one acts. Perhaps you have the power to trade me away. Attorney client. It's clear that Routh wished to represent himself. Oofa. Oh, and then there's this story. It's more into migrant crime stuff. An illegal immigrant seen snatching Chinese sex slave who escaped Texas trafficking ring had his deportation case canceled under Biden. What do you know? Remember this guy? We saw this video the other day. If people who were here, we watched this video. The guy's kidnapping the woman. Yeah. But he was supposed to get deported, and Biden said, "No, you can stay." Or said, "No, you can stay. You can stay." Just like the Maryland man, Abrego Garcia. They're like, "No, we don't care about human trafficking. You guys are fine." The Biden administration's reckless catch and release policies turned our streets into hunting grounds for predators. This case proves exactly why mass deportation isn't just policy, it's a moral necessity. Every criminal illegal alien released emboldens traffickers and drains Medicaid and puts citizens at risk. Under Trump's leadership, ICE removed 300,000 plus illegals in 2025 alone, slashing border encounters by 93%. The previous administration's deportation cancellations directly enabled this horror, prioritizing open borders over public safety. Real security means enforcing laws without apology, reporting violent offenders, and ending the lie that compassion requires lawlessness. That's right. Yes, that's right. Yes. We have the story here. Yeah. Where's this going? Here we go. Legal immigrant seen snatching Chinese sex slave who escaped Texas trafficking ring had deportation case canceled under Biden. Footage shows illegal immigrant snatching Chinese sex slave who escaped sex trafficking ring. So yeah, we'll watch this just because, you know. An illegal immigrant from Honduras was seen in a chilly video snatching a sex trafficking victim he allegedly held hostage in Texas had his deportation order canceled under the Biden administration. He was ordered deported and they canceled it. Department of Homeland Security revealed Thursday. Cops nabbed Jose Carcamo, 22, last week after he allegedly held a Chinese woman captive when she tried to flee a trafficking house ring in Houston, according to KPRC2 News. He allegedly held the victim for 5 days without food or water while he beat her and sexually assaulted her. Wow. Carcamo crossed the border illegally on November 24th, 2020, and later had his deportation case terminated by the Biden administration, according to DHS. An immigration judge formally granted the case's cancellation on September 8th, 2023, DHS said. The accused kidnapper and suspected sex trafficker was just one of the countless illegal criminal aliens who inexplicably had their removal proceedings terminated by Biden administration and were allowed to remain in the country. Thanks to the leadership of President Trump, criminal illegal aliens are being locked up and no longer allowed to terrorize American communities. King Crimson twice. King Crimson's good, yeah. Our message is clear. Criminals are not welcome in the United States. Carcamo allegedly tied up the woman, punched her, and raped her while holding her captive. Cops responded to the alleged trafficking ring. Happened after receiving a 911 call from a woman who was crying out for help. A witness also reported seeing a woman running down the street before a man grabbed her. Upon searching the East Houston trailer home, cops found the woman locked inside a closet. The captain said she was transported from New York to Texas for a new and more lucrative masseuse job. Her captors later confiscated her Chinese passport and moved her into the mobile home in Houston. She described being tied up and sexually assaulted by Carcamo on multiple occasions and had been locked in the closet after she attempted to break free. She said she was a masseuse up in New York. She was offered a position down in Houston that paid more money. She was given transportation down here. Someone drove her. She said she spent about 4 or 5 days or so in a car driving down there. Chief of Special Crimes Unit said at the Harris County Sheriff's Office. He obviously is not the one that drove her from New York, adding that there are other people involved. It's a very traumatic event. You know, you're in a foreign country. You were brought here from one city to another. It's halfway across the country, south, and she has no friends, no family. Nobody is here for her. So we've got to do everything we can to ensure that they can trust us to do our job and find the rest of the people who are involved in this. Authorities believe this incident is tied to a larger trafficking ring. Oh, you think so? A larger trafficking ring? Oh, what do you know? Wonder if MS-13 or Tren de Arago is involved. Carcamo was arrested on July 14th and charged with aggravated kidnapping. ICE has since lodged a detainer to ensure this criminal alien will never be released into American communities. The migrant's attorney says he maintains complete innocence. It's on fucking video. How you maintain innocence? Our client is shocked by these allegations brought forth against him and firmly maintains his complete innocence. He fully expects that the evidence will ultimately clear his name. I guess that's the bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out for him. Let's meet the wife at the center of the viral. Hulk Hogan's ex-wife, post before his death, is now gutting. Then there's this story, which is kind of similar, which I wanted to get to. Children drugged in human trafficking sex ring uncovered in Bibb County, Alabama, in an underground bunker of horror. If ever there was a case to use the death penalty in the most prolonged and painful way, this is it.
This is where authorities say 6 children, the youngest only 3 years old, were victimized repeatedly over more than a year. It's an underground storm shelter near the home of William Chase McElroy, one of the men charged with raping and sodomizing the children, as well as kidnapping and human trafficking.
Inside the storm shelter, there were chairs and beds and things of that nature. And the children were drugged by Mr. Trejos and tied to the bed and to the chair and to a pole. And then people would come and pay money to have sex with these children.
Assistant District Attorney Brian Jones says there could be more victims and more alleged perpetrators. He says the grand jury has indicted a 4th person, but he can't release that name because that person hasn't been arrested yet. But he says we may never know the full extent of the horrors that happened here.
There are some allegations with individuals that we will have a hard time identifying just because we don't know their names. And the children were drugged, according to one of the co-defendants, and so they may not be able to recognize or be able to identify anyone.
Jones says many of these details came from some of the defendants themselves. This has been a tough case for investigators and prosecutors, one they've been looking into since the first of the year.
It absolutely infuriates me, but we have to kind of put that aside and just do the job. That's all we can do.
It could be some comfort to investigators and authorities to know that the crimes these defendants are charged with come with a minimum mandatory sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole.
No, they should be executed. These people should be executed. Executed. Yes. One of the women and men were arraigned today. I'm going to be at the court proceedings if it's possible. Updated 7 arrested and 1 is illegal. Yeah, it sounds like the guy that was holding the people hostage was an illegal, and I wonder if the children were illegals probably, or unaccompanied minors that were being held. That's disgusting. And there's really nothing that I would consider too harsh a punishment. You know. On to the next story. I just asked for unanimous consent to pass an Epstein resolution calling for full transparency and all available files to be released. Some Senate Democrats objected on the floor. Liberal political leader. Pull this up. Okay, I think it was Judicial. Rest in peace, Ozzy, Hulk, George Cummings, Malcolm Jamal Warner, even Chuck Mangione. I remember hearing his songs in the grocery store as a kid, plus Connie Francis and Brian Wilson. We're losing a lot, man. Yeah, I hope. Me too. The death penalty should be yeah. I think we just did in Florida. We just enacted for some cases like this we could get the death penalty. I'm not mistaken. I think. Breaking, Senate Democrats just objected to approving a resolution that called for all available Epstein files to be released. Brought by Senator Mark Mullen from Oklahoma. Would you look at that? It's all about political gains. They don't care. Every voter needs to see this. I asked for unanimous consent. Senator Gallego reserving the right to object. Let's see.
Justice to the victims and transparency to the American people. Mr. President, as I said before, we want transparency. But the courts control the grand jury. The judges that oversee the courts control the grand jury. We, in this body, can have resolutions back and forth and suggest that it be done, but truthfully, the judges have to do it. AG Bondi and the president has both already called upon the judges to release this information. What my resolution is simply saying is we agree with the president, we agree with AG Bondi on the judges and calling upon the judges to release it. So as if in legislation session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 335, which is at the desk. Further, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object, Mr. President.
Senator from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. President, let me explain.
Oh, yeah, let's see. Let's explain why he's objected. Yes, let's explain. Here's the resolution. Here's the resolution. It just says, make all the Epstein stuff public. That's all it says. That's all it says. Yeah, that's all it says. Make it all public. And we got Gallego. And this Gallego, for everyone who doesn't know, explicitly said, I object to the good senator from Oklahoma's motion, and I yield back to the people claiming Gallego never objected to Mullen's motion. Nice try. Stop trying to lie. But here he is. But this guy, Gallego, so just so everybody knows who he is, he's the guy, new senator from Arizona, whose father was a cartel member, high-ranking cartel dude. Yeah. In Mexico. Yeah. I don't even know when he became a citizen. If he was born in the U.S. or not. Just saying.
Started. So with that, Mr. Chair, I object to the good senator from Oklahoma's motion, and I yield back.
The objection is heard.
I would.
Damn it. If my colleague from Arizona actually wants transparency, if he would drop his objections to my resolution and simply have mine go through, we can move forward with the transparency both of us actually want. Yeah.
From Arizona actually wants transparency, then he would drop his objection to my resolution and just simply have mine go through, and we can move forward with the transparency that maybe both of us actually want. So therefore, I object to combining them. I would ask my colleague once again to accept my resolution. From Arizona actually wants transparency.
Yeah, but how would Galileo get any credit that way? That's a lie. They said everything to be released. That was the resolution said to release all records. So, I mean, the Democrats blocked the stuff being released for years. They were trying to get it released, and they blocked it. So here we go. It says treason. It is common knowledge that Vice President Pence was responsible for installing Dan Coates as DNI during Trump's first terms. Coates did everything in his power to prevent the truth from coming out that the Russia collusion allegations were false and that they originated from President Obama himself. Pence, Coates, and Miles Taylor, all from Indiana, supported the soft coup against President Trump. Representative Crawford reveals this fact by detailing the insane level of obstruction DNI Coates engaged in to prevent the truth from coming out of the HPSCI report that DNI Gabbert released this week. Wow. It's all right here, Joint statement, bipartisan. Yeah, it's all there. Yeah. Look at this. Wow, that's crazy. That's just crazy. Just crazy. It says Crawford provides some background on the development of the report that was released today. The amount of obstruction into the investigation is shocking. Read the backgrounder here. A little light reading. So they next Sunday. Damn spooks. Yep. Background on the development of the 2017 HPSI staff minority report. On January 25th, the committee released a joint statement. Russia's interference in tracking. The committee's access to majority reviewed all raw intelligence, then DNI, were cited sources for the ICA judgment. This included the most sensitive limited access. The committee also saw tightly held counterintelligence operation leads the CIA gave the FBI for potential investigative purposes. Majority staff spent about 1,400 hours on review of the ICA and its source reports, mostly at CIA headquarters and the compartmental report vaults. Another 300 hours on outside research and 20 interviews. Over 1,000 documents were reviewed. Committee staff interviewed intelligence and FBI. Restrictions on the committee, for the most part, endnote sourcing of the ICA paragraphs was extensive, and the committee could verify each citation. It is worth noting, however, the committee only saw those raw intelligence reports that the DNI said were cited in the drafting of the ICA. The committee had no knowledge of the reports affecting ICA judgment that were not cited or otherwise given. After the committee agreed for security reasons to conduct compartmental document review, drafting, and storage, access to CIA vault, DNA, congressional affairs imposed arbitrary restrictions that delayed the investigation and hinders its efficiency. Productive work was delayed by 4 months. For 10 months, the DNI denied permission to link the committee computers so that the staff could work simultaneously on the report. Computer machine glitches caused lines of text to appear fuzzy, forcing restarts and correct. Sometimes the results in loss of text or footnotes. Printing one color copy for a report required 35 minutes. At no point did the report drafting process did the majority staff have use of a stable, reliable system. Oh, did you like it? I was going to go see it on at the IMAX, but I haven't made it yet. Yeah, being able to read is handy. Yeah, if you can't read it, I guess. I know they do a lot of that stuff too with the Kennedy assassination and the Martin Luther King stuff. They'll make copies, then they'll make a copy and they'll make sure it's blurry so people can't read it, and they'll be like, well, we gave it to you. Okay, so next story is Alina Habba has stepped down as interim U.S. attorney for the District of New Jersey and has been appointed as acting U.S. attorney. What do you know? So they did the old reverse Uno. They said, okay, she's no longer an interim, she's now the acting. Yeah. Saw it with Real D in IMAX and really liked it. Okay, I'm going to check it out. As Donald J. Trump is the 47th president, Pam Bondi is the attorney general, and now she's the acting U.S. attorney for the District of New Jersey. She won't cower to pressure and doesn't answer to politics. This is a fight for justice, and she's all in. Oh, Lisa Faltersack says, if you're a comic fan, Soups was just okay. I don't know. I mean, was it better than Justice League? Because, I'm easy. I thought Justice League was pretty good, actually. I enjoyed it. I just want to have fun. I'm not worried about it being super, Okay. It's fair warning, the first 10 to 15 minutes they throw you off in the mindset of previous movies. Well, it's completely new, right? It's not... We, the people, are fully behind you, U.S. Attorney Haba. Keep fighting. Activist judges cannot win this. George Santos says, give these effers hell. Go get them. New Jersey needs U.S. Attorney Haba. Good logic says, yes. Atta girl, never back down. Let's Evan go. Congratulations to bare knuckle brawl against the Barry Ciortos deep state. One day we will realize that Barack Obama's presidency was the biggest fraud ever perpetuated on the American people. Clint Eastwood. Former Trump lawyer Helena Haba to remain New Jersey prosecutor despite court decision. Her tenure thus far has been marked by partisan statements of bringing cases against Democrats. Well, when nobody's above the law, so when Democrats attack ICE agents and assault them, they get arrested. That's how it works. No. What'd you do? President John Trump's former personal lawyer said on Thursday that she would seek to remain as the top federal prosecutor despite a judicial decision this week not to extend her appointment. Haba's statement marked the latest challenge by the Trump administration to oversight by federal courts. Yeah, the federal courts have no oversight of the executive branch. That's not how it works. Haba, who has no previous experience as a prosecutor, wrote on X that she was now the acting U.S. attorney in New Jersey. The Justice Department used a series of procedural maneuvers to attempt to circumvent Tuesday decision by the U.S. District Court in New Jersey to keep her in a post. The department spokesman told Reuters. I don't cower to pressure. I don't answer to politics. Judges on the U.S. court in New Jersey declined to extend Haba's tenure as an interim U.S. attorney, instead naming the second highest ranking official in the office, Desiree Grace, as a replacement. But hours later, Pam Bondi said Grace had been removed, accusing the judges of having political motivations and seeking to thwart Trump's authority. U.S. law allows federal district courts to intervene if an interim U.S. attorney's 120-day term expires, and courts have regularly invoked that authority. The Constitution says the president has control over who his people are that execute the laws that are the executive branch, and a U.S. attorney is the executive branch. So, Grace, a LinkedIn post on Wednesday, said she was prepared to follow the court's order and begin to serve in accordance with the law. It was not immediately clear if either Grace or the district judges would attempt to challenge the maneuvers. Neither could immediately be reached for comment. Carl Tobias, a law professor at the University of Richmond, said the Trump administration appeared to have the legal authority for its moves, but they could further strain its relationship with the federal courts. Fuck the federal courts. Fuck them. Fuck them in their ear. They need to stop abusing their authority. All right? There is one United States Supreme Court in the Constitution. All the lesser inferior courts are not co-equal branches to the executive branch. They're subservient to the Supreme Court. Thus, they do not control the executive branch. It does undermine the authority from Congress by referring to the court's role in the process, but that doesn't trouble this White House or this Justice Department. The judiciary has emerged as one of the few checks on Trump's aggressive use of presidential power in his second term. The courts are not supposed to be checks on the president. That's not how it works. The White House officials have accused judges of blocking parts of Trump's agenda they have deemed unlawful, of exceeding their authority and taking part in judicial coup. Yes, they are. We see it every day. Haba has brought 2 criminal cases against Democratic officials during her time in office that drew criticism after saying she hoped to use her role to aid Republicans in New Jersey. Oh, well. Oh, well. This is funny. I saw this. I had to pull this. These dumbasses just posted a chart showing that grocery prices were low until the party took power, at which point they skyrocketed and now remained stable since President Trump was reelected. Yeah. Oh, they erased it. These dumbasses look at, oh my God, the post is unavailable. Yeah, look at that. They erased it because they realized it was fucking retarded. Like this, yeah, see? U.S. grocery prices reached record highs in 2025. But let's look, prices are higher today than they were in July of 2024. So here's July of 2024. See? Look at this. Here's Joe Biden. Look at this. This was during Biden's presidency. Huh. And then look at the prices since Biden's been out of office. They look pretty damn stable. Huh. It says laugh. Democrats think their base is really stupid. Trump, not Trump. See the difference? Nuts. It says it must suck to be retarded. Because here's this guy. Oh, grocery prices reached their highest in 2025, record highs in 2025. This is Maine Wonk, this guy who thinks he's a smart person, but he's literally a retard. Because he goes, oh, look at the prices, how they went up. But when did they go up? Who's a bot? Shouldn't be any bots. There shouldn't be any bots here. Oh, okay, Julio. Good night. Nice seeing you. Take care. Shouldn't be any bots in the chat. Choosy's not a bot. Choosy's just aggressive in the chat. Well, I mean, I think the people right below Bondi are the ones that are doing the work. You know, there's a couple people right below Bondi that are really. Oh, Elegant News. How you doing, buddy? Here's this guy. No, another story. New story. Trump's Golden Dome could be ready in 3 years. Not hope, it's a plan. General Michael Gutland will announce the architecture for America's new missile shield in just 60 days. It's not theoretical. The tech is real, the money is secured, and the need is urgent. Golden Dome for America. Trump's Golden Dome will protect the entire U.S. homeland from hypersonics, ICBMs, cruise missiles, and drones. This is Reagan's Star Wars vision, but updated for 2025 and beyond. And it's being run like SpaceX, not the DMV. Very dangerous world. We're going to protect our citizens like never before. General Gutling, just named to lead the team, says it's plainly, I firmly believe the technology we need exists today. The real challenge is organization, not research, not theory, just execution. We can do this and fast. See, that's what I was thinking, right? For A.G. Blanche. That's what I was thinking, her part as press secretary. That's what I was thinking. I don't know. I don't know. I want to know why they haven't gone to Fort Knox yet to examine it. They said they were going there, and I want them to go there. Gutland reports directly to Trump's Deputy Secretary of Defense, Steve Feinberg. No bureaucracy, no delays, just no one to say no. He has total authority over budget, hiring, acquisition, demos every 6 months. This is wartime speed without the war. What will Golden Dome use? Patriot, THAAD, Aegis, ground-based interceptors, space-based sensors, new orbiting missile killers. The tech is fielded or proven. Now it's just plug and play fast. Yeah, they're going to have to put stuff in space, I think, to do this correctly. They're going to have like, I mean, Elon Musk has the technology with his Starlink satellites that are positioned like that. If they just had like missiles attached to them or some kind of There's a missile defense guy called Habitual Line Crosser. He did a good breakdown of what Golden Dome would be. Increases the chances of preventing a nuclear ballistic missile threat, but it's not perfect. Yeah, it's not perfect. There's some are going to get through. I mean, technically, an Aegis system could technically hit incoming ICBM, but the window is very small for it to hit it. But yeah, they could do it. They would have to reprogram it and to try to take. They would have to try to take out the body of the rocket, not the warhead. But yeah, and if war breaks, sure, it's more for rogue actors, not for like if there was a war break, it would just protect. They wouldn't have the interceptors to stop them all. I mean, they would need thousands of interceptors. We're not starting from scratch. Golden Dome fuses what we already have, adds what we've already tested, and skips 30 years of red tape. It's not a 10-year Pentagon fantasy. It's a 3-year national priority. Well, I hope so. Let's hope it works. Congress already funded $25 billion in colorless lines abroad. Unrestricted money for fast-moving shield. Why? Because Trump's team insisted. We're now doing this not in 2040. Now. First operational version will be ready in 36 months. Integrated, tested, working. The rest of the world still talks. Trump builds. He's been writing about the need to defend America from missile strikes for 30 years, but with today's drone and hypersonic threats, the situation has become truly urgent. Trump means to defend America's people, not just its bases. So did Reagan. Directed energy weapons are the future. They'll shoot down incoming at any angle at the speed of light. Israel's Iron Beam is the prototype. We've already had Leonidas by 2028, and it shoots down whole drone swarms with one shot. Yeah. We've waited 40 years for this. Now, the one thing that can stop a Chinese, Russian, Iranian, or terrorist missile or drone is the Golden Dome. Trump gave the order. The tech exists. The mission's underway. And yes, we can do it in 3 years. Wow. Cool. Interceptors, detector signals. Wow. That's good. I think it's a lot of hype, Mr. K. I think it's, the world we know it's to be over. I think it's more to stop a rogue missile or something, a rogue actor. And this is this guy's couple of stories that says the urgent need to defend America, ongoing series of articles and new kinds. This was posted by 1997. What? I'm not reading this. Patriot missiles shoot down his stuff. Yeah, I'm not going to read that. 97. This guy's doing fucking Lincoln stories from 90s. One shot, 100 kills. The new U.S. weapon that fires drone swarms in seconds. How do you destroy thousands of cheap internet drones with multi-million-dollar missiles? You don't. At least not for long. Here's the solution. Leonidas high-power microwave system. One shot, 100 kills. Wonder why the president suddenly is so insistent on mobile, small, modular nuclear reactors? Just one part of why. RDM. Epirus Incorporated defense technology startup based in Torrance, California, has unveiled the Leonidas system, a high-power microwave weapon designed to neutralize unmanned aerial vehicles in swarms. The innovative system emits electromagnetic pulses to disable drones individually or across a broad area, offering a scalable solution to counter drone threats. The Leonidas system has been linked to a Star Trek-style shield due to its ability to disable or destroy drones within seconds. Beyond its counter-drone capabilities, the Leonidas system's versatility allows it to disable electronics in ground vehicles and sea vessels, demonstrating its potential across various defenses. So it's almost like a portable EMP. In a rapidly evolving landscape, modern warfare, unmanned aerial systems have emerged as a significant multifaceted threat. Due to their high operational costs and limited ammunition capacity, traditional defense mechanisms such as missiles or even aircraft guns struggle to keep pace with these agile, numerous, often low-cost adversaries. The Leonidas system addresses these challenges through directed energy technology, allowing for rapid, reusable, and cost-effective simultaneous engagement of multiple threats. Third generation Leonidas system. Named after the legendary Spartan king who famously stood against the overwhelming odds at Thermopylae, the Leonidas system embodies a bold and forward-thinking approach to defense. Leveraging cutting-edge HPM technology, it offers non-kinetic alternative to conventional systems, addressing one of the 21st century's most pressing economic challenges. Okay, cool. Got this article. Good ideas, bad timing. The Freedom Caucus must step aside. It is no betrayal of principle to acknowledge that a tool, once useful, may no longer be fit for a purpose. The House Freedom Caucus, conceived in defiance and forged through disciplined unity, achieved notable victories under Democratic rule. But power shifts, and so must strategy. With a Republican president, a Republican House, and a razor-thin majority, the House Freedom Caucus now finds itself less as a vanguard of conservative purity and more as a malfunctioning brake on Republican governance. It's time for the caucus to disband, not out of surrender, but out of prudence. Conservatism requires strategy as much as sincerity. Right now, the House Freedom Caucus methods undermine both. Yeah, no, directed energy weapons do exist. Start with the principle. The House Freedom Caucus exists to push the GOP greater fidelity to constitutional conservatives. It has, in many moments, served that mission well, forcing leadership concessions during speaker elections to scuttling watered-down legislative compromises. It made Republican leadership take its right flank seriously, but tactics must match circumstance. What worked in the wilderness of opposition flounders under the burden of power. Consider the crypto bill fiasco. Last week, HFC members attempted to block a procedural vote on a bipartisan cryptocurrency regulation bill. The revolt brought the House floor to a halt for 10 hours. What did it accomplish? Nothing. The bill passed anyway with support from both parties. There was no meaningful concession, no improvement to the legislation, no clarified principle. The only casualty was Republican credibility. The maneuver resembled nothing so much as political vandalism, satisfying to the saboteur perhaps, but ruinous to the architect. Some may say at least they fought, but fighting is not winning. To derail a rule vote and yield no gains is not a victory for conservatism, it's a performance. Worse, it's a performance that inflicts real damage. Every such stunt empowers Democrats, undermines Trump, and weakens Republican cohesion. It hands the press a narrative of dysfunction and hands primary challengers a loaded gun. Indeed, caucus membership now marks GOP incumbents as targets, not leaders. The HFC's problem is not its ideals, but its context. Under Democratic control, the confrontational posture made sense. Then obstruction was functionally synonymous with opposition. But under Republican governance, obstruction becomes a circular firing squad. One cannot simultaneously support the president's agenda and sabotage the procedural machinery needed to enact it. This is not a contradiction as irony, but a contradiction as impotence. If President Trump is to implement the MAGA agenda, he needs a House GOP that functions, not fractures. Even the HFC's most famous weapons are becoming blunt. The threat to withhold votes on rules or appropriations has lost its bite. Time and again in this Congress, HFC has blustered, then backed down. It opposed the GOP's reconciliation bill unless demands were met, only to fold and vote yes. It vowed to halt debt ceiling increases, only to relent under pressure. At some point, the party realizes the rebels are crying wolf. Empty threats breed contempt, not concessions. Political science bears this out. Scholars like Andrew Clark and Craig Volden have found that members of the inter-party caucuses are often more effective when their party is in the minority. Why? Because then the caucus provides a coherent counter-narrative, a loyal opposition within the opposition. But often, once in power, the same tactics alienate allies and sabotage success. Caucus discipline becomes a straitjacket. What once amplified a minority becomes noise in the majority. Moreover, the very structure that once gave the HSC strength, its eternal 80% rule, its small invitation-only membership, its ideological rigidity, now isolates it. Republican leaders no longer feel compelled to placate a bloc that cannot deliver votes, only discord. When Rep. Clay Higgins was passed over for Homeland Security Committee chairmanship despite his seniority, it was no accident. It was a message. And there is one man in the Oval Office, Donald Trump. There's one man in the Oval Office, Donald Trump, once a beneficiary of the HFC's combative ethos, now finds himself on the receiving end. His agenda, from streamlining infrastructure to tightening border security, relies on a unified legislative front. Yet the HFC increasingly finds itself at odds with the very movement it helped empower. Trump's frustration is plain. As Punchbowl News recently reported, the president is tired of making phone calls to coax a dozen holdouts into line. When the leader of the movement must grovel to its self-appointed guardians, something is amiss. To be clear, this is not a call for ideological surrender. The values of the HFC champions, limited government, fiscal discipline, constitutional fidelity, remain vital, but values do not enact themselves. They require translation into law, which in turn requires function, which in turn requires unity. The Freedom Caucus today inhibits that chain. It's not the conscience of the GOP, but its complication. There is, in fact, a wiser course. Disband now, lay down the tools of obstruction, allow the GOP to govern with coherence. If in the future the party drifts leftward or forgets its roots, the HFC can reconstitute. Let it rise again as a phoenix, not continue as a ghost. There is honor in standing down when standing up causes harm. This is not theoretical. Other factions have adapted. The Blue Dog Coalition, once a conservative Democrat force, learned that confrontation only works when it influences outcomes. The Problem Solvers Caucus, a bipartisan group, has succeeded by negotiating amendments before bills hit the floor. The Tuesday Group, a collection of moderate Republicans, often achieves more by quiet coalition building than loud defiance. Yet moderate Republicans need to go. No, I don't have a Discord server yet. I'll get one soon, but I don't. I'm glad to see you here, Joel. It's good to have your voice, and I appreciate all the input. We try not to be negative, and we try to just give information. That's all we do. HFC might learn from these examples not by moderating its beliefs, but by modifying its method. Imagine if the HFC operated less like a mutiny and more like a strategy shop, one that drafted conservative legislation early, built support across committees, and helped Trump fulfill his agenda. Before Democrats could sabotage it, imagine a caucus that said, "We will be the president's legislative vanguard, not his legislative adversary." Such a group might shape policy in its image. The current HFC, by contrast, shapes only headlines. Some will object, but then who holds leadership accountable? The answer is voters. Conservatives do not need guerrilla factions to enforce fidelity when the electorate already demands it. Trump was elected not despite his agenda, but because of it. Republican leaders who betray that mandate will face the wrath of the base. More urgently, continued defiance from within the GOP risk turning the very fighters we need into political liabilities. HFC members, by continuing their present course, may soon find themselves isolated, targeted, and defeated in primary fights. Their action, however well-intentioned, are painting bullseyes on their own backs. The HFC at this moment is not a needed check, but an unforced error. There's a time for rebellion and a time for restraint. A time to shout no and a time to ask how. The House Freedom Caucus was born to say no. Now serves its purpose. It must say goodbye. Wow. That's crazy. I like the people in the House Freedom Caucus. I really do. Oh, this is the last story that I had for today, but this is not the last story of the evening. As soon as I'm done with this one, I'm gonna go back and I'll pull out some stories that I didn't get to for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So Hawaii is not sending its best. Hirono, if you think SCOTUS said that diversity goal is unconstitutional, you're very wrong. Hamilton, you spouted off so many straw men you could fill a Kansas field. We're not talking about diversity. We're talking about discrimination. Yeah, this is
If you are using that case for the proposition that the United States Supreme Court deemed diversity goal as being unconstitutional, you are very wrong.
I don't think the Supreme Court said anything about diversity in the entire.
You
just
do
spouted
admit
off
that
so many
diversity,
strawmen.
the
We
goal.
could fill a field in Kansas.
I'm asking the questions here. The
The
goal of diversity is
we're
not
not talking about
unconstitutional.
diversity. We're talking about discrimination.
The goal of
What
diversity
the Supreme Court
is
has
not
condemned is
unconstitutional.
discrimination against American citizens.
That's it.
Colleges, universities cannot discriminate against American citizens
You know,
on the
I'm
basis
not here
of their
to give
race.
you a forum
That is
to
flagrantly
basically
unconstitutional.
if you are using that case for the proposition.
yeah. Mm-hmm. So there was another one. There was another one I saw from them. Yeah, this is a good one. This is the one I want.
I do have one yes or no question for Mr. Hamilton. I know you're involved in DEI cases, but has any court opined that DEI is unconstitutional? Yes or no?
Yes.
Which court?
The United States Supreme Court.
I disagree with you because you're talking about the Harvard case.
You can go read it yourself.
And if I do have one yes or no question.
I disagree with you. Yeah, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Yeah, affirmative action. They just keep changing the language, and I swear how the Supreme Court or the Senate got these stupid people in. Yeah.
The Department of Justice Civil Rights Division. I mean, look, believe me, I am very sympathetic very sympathetic to rural communities and getting messed and overlooked. That speaks deeply to my heart. The Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice doesn't need to be involved with septic tanks. That is not a civil rights issue. There is no use of the civil rights laws. The notion that septic tanks and sewer lines are somehow racist is crazy.
Well,
I mean, that's absolutely ludicrous. But there are solutions that Congress can employ.
Let me.
The Department of Justice Civil Rights Division.
Yeah, racist. All right, so we're gonna stop sharing this real quick. I'm gonna do this. Where is the? There we go. Okay, we're gonna do this. Over here and do this. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to open up some more stories. If anyone knows of any stories they would like to hear about, let me know. But I'm going to go and let's see what this is here. Oh, you know what? We talked about this stuff. This is the fucking story. What the hell? Damn it. This is more, okay, hold on. Let me fix it. All right, we're going to do this real quick. Oh my goodness, Brian Oldenkamp comes in with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's see who got them. We got 10 gifted memberships from Brian Oldenkamp. He's got Jason Lazat, Intelligent Design. That would be Liam from New Spin, MD Halton, Chris Subdivision Bolisano. Chris Bolisano got a membership. G-Dash, Philosophy Bag, JD Hub, Buxom Brown Cat, and Milton Roots. Thank you so much for the super chat gifts, Brian Oldenkamp. It's greatly appreciated. Anyway, we're going to do this. We're going to present some share screen. Okay. All right. So we're going to add this to stage. We're going to look at this. Thank you, Brian, so much. Anyone watching the honor killing? That story, I had that story several times already earlier in the week. Did the jury come to reach a verdict yet, Lisa? Do you know? Was there a jury decision? Because I know it was out to the jury. You're talking about the father, the Iraqi father and wife, the mother who attacked the daughter and outside of the school, and the kids had to break it up. That one, right? Ali, I think their name was. You know, did they get a verdict? The media eagerly picked up the warning call story about the disappearing of an immigrant. As the story went viral, a few people decided to actually look into the case and found out it was made no sense, no evidence of the deportation. The legend of Louis Lee, yeah, this guy. So we talked about this, but I'm gonna another day. The story was widely reported about whipping migrants at the border. The media went frenzy over a false story accusing mounted officers of whipping undocumented migrants in Rio, Texas on September 19, 2021. Jury instructions today. I thought it went to the jury already. Okay. In the end, it doesn't matter that the story may be false. After all, you get a Pulitzer Prize for a debunked story of Russian collusion funded by a political campaign if it fits the preferred narrative of the media. Mm-hmm. Frankly, I'm still mystified by this controversy. It's hard for me to believe that a family would fabricate such facts while supplying pictures and details of the kind, yet the changes in the story and the fact of corroborating material undermine the account. Perhaps the family can produce further evidence in coming, but at a minimum, the newspaper ran a story that lacks such foundation. People with TDS have deep pockets and a stranglehold on social media. Yeah. So here's Jonathan Turley talking about the legend of Louis Leon, a media embraces another anti-ICE hoax. Mm-hmm. The man who shot Liberty Valance still appears in Mobius. Morning Caller printed another harrowing account of ICE agents who disappeared an immigrant, 82-year-old grandfather. According to Morning Caller, a Chilean national was waiting to replace a green card that he lost. At local ICE, the story further recounted how Leon's wife was kept in custody, brutal conditions, for 10 hours before she was released. Picked up the story. No evidence of such a deportation. Guatemala states there's no record. Well, what happened to the wife? Chilean journalist confirmed there's no record supporting the U.S. media's claims. The Morning Council call considered to run the claims by Natalie, supposed granddaughter. The DHS issues a statement slamming the media for another hoax without a modicum of form of facts. Yeah, we saw this. Story is the same field of white reporter whipping people by the border. Immediately refuted by reporters, but a photo captures the scene which shows agents using bridle reins to guide the skittish horses. The entire videotape clearly showed the agents using the reins on their mounts, not the migrants. Not only did the photographer quickly deny seeing any officers whip migrants, the videotape clearly refuted that allegation. However, for many in politics media, it did not matter because it played into the racial justice claim of whipping of Haitian asylum seekers. Nancy Pelosi condemned it. Chuck Schumer, inhumane treatment of Haitian migrants. Kamala Harris was on a View talking about it. These are all liars and scumbags. Hey, Steve, what are you doing? Worse than what we witnessed in slavery, white supremacist behavior. Yeah, all these people who said this stuff should have been ran out of office. Rushed to express his revulsion. Yeah, those people will pay, Joe Biden said. It's two here, too. Oh, you're leaving? You're going good night? Okay. Good morning, Steve. Good night. It's two here. Yes. Thanks for the suggestion. What's Steve's suggestion? Reading the original story, little support outside of claims of family and key elements of the story appear to have changed as others challenge the account. Frankly, I'm so mystified the controversy is hard for me to believe the family would fabricate it. Yeah, newspaper. In the end, it doesn't matter if the story. Yeah. There's support for the story. Morning Callings and publish the facts. If there's not, the story and all, the hoax went viral, but not the one that most reporters would relish. Yeah. Here's another one of these hoaxes. Woman cries to the media outside of Home Depot over ICE arresting her U.S. citizen husband. I pull up to him running across the parking lot, people tackling him. The reason for the arrest, he slashed the tires of an ICE vehicle during an operation. Oh, Granddad 114? Oh, yeah, that's good stuff.
He called me and he said that he was at Home Depot and that there was guys with guns in the parking lot. And he's like, I think it's ICE. And I was like, are you sure? And then his line went dead. I live nearby, so I rushed over here. And then that's what I pull up to. I pull up to him running across the parking lot, people tackling him. And one guy got in my face with mace and was like, I'm gonna mace you back up. I was like, why are you gonna mace me? And then I go around to try and record what they're doing to him. And one guy gets right in front of me and trying to block me and starts pushing me. I said, don't touch me. I'm still recording. I'm like, leave him alone. Leave him alone. He's a U.S. citizen. He called.
Now, being a U.S. citizen doesn't give you the right to slash the, Oh, yeah, but look at this. Clinton deported 12.3 million people, zero injunctions. Bush, 10 million people, zero injunctions. Biden 5 million people, 0 injunctions, 100,000 deportations, 30 injunctions. Her husband splashed the tires of an ICE vehicle during an operation, so what's the beef? He committed a crime. At least now he's a proud owner of a new hat. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Senator, temporary protected status was designed to be just that, temporary. It was never meant to last a quarter of a century. For many of these countries, TPS was granted in the 90s after a natural disaster. Now that conditions have improved, it's time to return home. President Trump, Secretary Noem are restoring integrity to our immigration system and continuing to enforce federal immigration law. Yeah, so here's this guy, Padilla, who's a scumbag.
Fact that a large number of undocumented immigrants in the United States actually entered the United States lawfully.
Okay.
Not only currently undocumented because they overstayed their visa.
Yes.
Or maybe they entered the country following the rules of the temporary protected status programs outlined by prior administrations, but protections that have been removed, turning a legal immigrant into an undocumented immigrant. You won't hear them share.
Okay, this guy's an asshole because first of all, it's the whole point about documents. When your visa expires, yeah, you don't longer have documents. I'm going to pull up the story. I got it too. That ICE is now demanding that all aliens in the country have to have their papers on them at all times. Because if you get caught without your papers, you're subject to deportation. When asked about the murder attempt on a Border Patrol agent by illegal aliens in her state, New York Attorney General Letitia James continues to incite violence by demonizing immigration officers. What we're seeing is mass ICE agents kidnapping innocent individuals. That's what this person who this broad has to go to prison.
Voters make a distinction, a lot of them in the polls show it, between undocumented immigrants without criminal records, people you're talking about, and those who have them, right? Especially in these extreme cases, like we look at in this case in New York City. But to that point, in this case, why should those voters think that this is something other than the system not working? I mean, if you're talking about waiting for comprehensive immigration reform, I've been in Washington for 20 years, and they've been trying for a long time. It doesn't happen, right? So why, in the case of cities taking a step and states taking a step, is this an example where there could be that coordination instead of waiting decades for Congress to act?
At the outset, I indicated to you that, in fact, New York State and other Democratic states cooperate with ICE when it comes to criminal convictions. But when it comes to innocent individuals who serve as your nanny, who clean your home, individuals who are our neighbors, individuals who unfortunately are just trying to make ends meet.
Both of these individuals had multiple arrests after deportation orders. Why are those not opportunities?
And that is why in the state of New York, when it comes to individuals, as you indicated, individuals with criminal convictions, then we cooperate with ICE. But it's important that we make a distinction between those individuals with criminal convictions and those individuals, again, who are just trying to make ends meet each and every day. And the vast majority of individuals who are being secreted and kidnapped at night are individuals.
So the people committing robberies and rapes and burglaries and all these things, they're just people trying to make ends meet. That's the Attorney General of New York just said. These people are just the people that the guy that shot the ICE agent and the Border Patrol guy in the face was just trying to make ends meet. That's it.
Individuals who, again, are facing civil deportation and not criminal enforcement. It's important that we make a distinction. It's important that individuals understand that individuals are being caught up in these ICE raids, innocent individuals, students, teachers, small businesses. We all want the same thing, and that is to protect individuals from harm. But unfortunately, what we are seeing is mass ICE agents without any insignia, without any identification, kidnapping innocent individuals that both you and I know.
Yeah. The thing of Shadow, these people are retarded. She's a lawyer. She should know better. It's still a crime. But what they did was because of the district courts were retarded and fucking with stuff and holding up people getting deported, the Congress passed the Immigration and Naturalization Act, and they created administrative law judges that would handle deportations and everything. They took enforcement of immigration away from the district courts. So that's why they're saying it's not criminal, because it's a different court system, because it's not, the criminal courts, it's this immigration courts, but it's still a crime. It's just being enforced by so it's all bullshit. It's not civil. It's a crime. It's just not enforced in, district courts, in criminal courts, and enforced in immigration courts. That's all. And they lie and they distort it and they say it's a civil action. It's a civil action. Letitia James' rhetoric is a direct attack on federal law enforcement. ICE agents are enforcing immigration laws, not kidnapping anyone. Her inflammatory language undermines the rule of law and endangers officers risking their lives to secure the border. The real issue, New York's sanctuary policies shield criminal aliens, creating an environment where agents face violence while doing their jobs. James should focus on prosecuting actual criminals instead of demonizing ICE for upholding statutes passed by Congress. When the states obstruct federal immigration enforcement, they enable chaos. The June 2025 National Guard deployment in LA proved federal authority must prevail over blue state obstructions. Facts behind the sanctuary policy and federal enforcement failures demand a closer look. Yeah, I am too, because that's all it is because they set up the immigration court system. That it's their own court system. It's not part of the criminal court. So they say, well, it's civil because it's still here. It's these other judges. Like, okay, but it's not, basically because it's a crime to enter the country illegally. It is a crime. But they're handling the immigration court in a different way. That's all. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Democrats spent months claiming illegals weren't getting taxpayer-funded benefits. Now they're suing to make sure they can keep getting the taxpayer-funded benefits. 20 states are suing the Trump administration to keep taxpayer-funded benefits for illegals. They want illegals to get Head Start, healthcare, tuition, and more. Look at that. The state of New York, the state of Rhode Island, the state of Washington, Arizona, California, Colorado, Vermont, Illinois. Yes. Yeah. The Democrats' lawsuit proves their lies. For months, they denied illegals were draining taxpayer funds. Now they're scrambling to protect handouts like Head Start and healthcare. The Trump administration policy saves $40 billion by enforcing citizenship checks, prioritizing Americans over lawbreakers. Medicaid's collapse under dual burdens of bureaucratic bloat and millions added illegally. Every dollar spent on non-citizens steals from veterans, seniors, and working families. Yeah, I agree. If the federal government enforced the law, 10 to 20, both officials would be in jail. Definitely. You got the membership from Brian Oldenkamp. From Brian Oldenkamp. Got your membership. The states aren't defending compassion; they're defending a broken system that rewards illegal entry while whole citizens foot the bill. Mm-hmm. Ridiculoso. And then I don't know. You guys remember earlier in the week I was talking about this Republican congresswoman who's passing this amnesty bill, basically that she's Soros-tied group backs Republican bill to give amnesty to millions of illegal aliens. This Dignity, this Soros-backed group tied backs Republican bill to give amnesty. This lady needs to get primaried out of office. She's a Florida representative. She's no Republican. She's got to go. She's got to go. Yeah. Soros-tied group backs bill to give amnesty to illegal. Representative Salazar's legislation. Yeah, groups with ties to Democrat billionaires are cheering on Rep. Salazar's legislation as they bash Trump administration policies. This chick gotta go. Group tied with left-wing billionaire George Soros are rallying in support of Republican Congresswoman's plan to give millions of illegal aliens legal status in the United States. Representative Maria Salazar. This Dignity Act would allow illegal aliens to apply for a renewable 7-year legal status so long as they don't have a criminal record beyond illegal entry. Legal aliens who've been shielded from deportation under the Obama-era deferred action would be allowed to gain permanent legal status. No. They all have to go home. Conservatives have slammed the legislation as a handout to legal aliens, but liberal groups, some with this history of supporting legalization, are lining up behind the efforts. Yeah, from Salazar and Rep. Veronica Escobar, a Democrat from Texas. These include several organizations which tries to show size to George Soros, a leftist billionaire and Democrat donor who has bankrolled efforts across the country to encourage mass immigration and offer mass amnesty to illegal aliens before leveraging new immigrants as Democrat voting bloc. Soros-backed group tracked the demographics of key swing states and worked to naturalize immigrants to sway the outcome of national, state, and local elections. Yeah. New Voters Project tracks demographics of key swing states to build new American majority, how they can swing the election. See what they're doing? Another source-backed group called United We Dream ranked in 700,000 from far-left billionaires that call for amnesty for illegal aliens, the closing of ICE detention facility, and defunding of ICE and Border Patrol. Now source-aligned organizations are lining up behind the Dignity Act. One radical organization that advocates for amnesty for all illegal aliens, Forward.us, came out in support of Salazar's bill in a statement that also bashed Donald Trump's immigration policies and an attack on immigrant communities. Donald Trump ran on deporting every illegal alien. Donald Trump won overwhelmingly on deporting every illegal alien. He's got to do it. Sorry. The Bipartisan Dignity Act is a much needed step forward. We thank Congressman Salazar and Escobar, along with the bill's other co-sponsors, for reintroducing and supporting bipartisan legislation. The organization doubled down on support for mass amnesty, framing the Dignity Act as a step towards the group's end goal. We will continue to fight for a more fair and just immigration system, including a pathway to citizenship for all undocumented immigrants, building on the lives in the United States. We hope that today's reintroduction will be met by more steps towards a compromise, common sense immigration reform. The organization frequently criticized Trump's policies and complained that he won the 2024 election. No amnesty. She's not alone in being opposed or supporting such measures. Conservatives forget it done to amnesty to Republicans, their buddies who need illegal labor. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, deport the damn DACA kids too. I agree. The group's partner organizer received $600,000 from Open Society Foundation, a project of billionaire Democrat donor and far-left philanthropist George Soros. Won a $125,000 grant bankroll in an effort to catalog and provide comprehensive legal analysis of federal immigration policy. The group also opposes the Trump administration's Remain in Mexico policy, which bars legal aliens from entering the country while claiming asylum claims are being adjudicated. The only far-left organization that has come out in support of the effort to grant status to millions. Forward.us is far from the only organization to come out and support legal status for all illegal aliens. Far-left United US sang the praises of the bill online. The reintroduction of the Dignity Act comes at a critical time. Immigrant families across the country are living with fear and uncertainty. Sorry, they all got to go. The organization has awarded $22 million grant from the Biden administration to encourage the vulnerable populations, including illegal aliens, receive the COVID-19 vaccine. The group came out against Trump's budget bill, arguing that it will allow the administration to turbocharge its chaotic and malicious, unlawful deportation machine. It's not unlawful, and it's not malicious, and it's not chaotic. It's just a deportation machine that needs to get ramped up. The group's sister organization, Unidos U.S. Action, called for illegal aliens to receive a pathway to citizenship in wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. Directed $500,000 from Open Society's Foundation. The Daily Wire has consistently voiced support. Unidos told the Daily Wire to consistently voice support for a bipartisan bill that offers immigrants the stability they deserve. They don't deserve anything. They deserve to go home. Nobody deserves to be in the United States except for U.S. citizens that were born here. Sorry. The genuine bipartisan effort protects long-settled immigrants who contribute to the country from deportation while allowing employers to retain their workforce. No. The American Immigration Council, which received nearly $2 million from the Open Society Foundations, dubbed Trump's immigration agenda cruel, also appears to support the legislation. Members of Congress reintroduced what has sadly become an increasingly rare bit of legislation, an immigration reform bill aimed at addressing large-scale systemic problems with our immigration system. The large-scale systemic problems is that our immigration system was being ignored and not properly enforced. If you enforce the law as it's written, it would work fine. The most important sweeping attempt to modify the immigration system has been proposed in years. The organization received numerous grants from Soros's foundations, including funding to support strategies and for immigrants to demonstrate the value of immigrants to America. To help advocacy strategies, the American Immigration Council does not respond for requests for comment. While Salazar's legislation has been celebrated by leftist organizations, conservative politicians and organizations have spoken out against this. Some of my colleagues in Congress want to reward illegal aliens with amnesty. Representative Tom Tiffany from Wisconsin charged and exposed rough Salazar. No amnesty, only mass deportations. The Federation of American Immigration Reform told the Daily Wire it opposes the Dignity Act, calling it a de facto amnesty. Pathway to citizenship is just more of a verbose term for amnesty. As for the non-DACA beneficiaries of the bill being allowed to remain here legally indefinitely, that's still a de facto amnesty. The 5-year requirements for eligibility seems to have been carefully chosen to predate the onset of the Biden administration. But nonetheless, by FAIR's estimates, there were some 15 million illegal aliens living in the U.S. prior to Biden taking office. No. There was 30 to 40 million. You've been saying 15 million since the fucking 2000s. There's got to be over 50 million in the country right now. Yet the bill will certainly provide a path to citizenship if it granted renewable legal status under Salazar's bill. There's also pretty much close to 100% chance that within a few years there would be an effort to put these millions of people with renewable status on pathway to citizenship. Would also certainly hear the same arguments being made for granting DACA beneficiaries full amnesties. Yes, Salazar did not respond for request for comment. If there is not already a challenger to her in the primary, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I just don't know. Let me look for some more stories here. Oh, we got this one. Oh, here it is. Okay. Iran just confirmed what the media called misinformation. Their nuclear facilities weren't damaged. They were destroyed by airstrikes ordered by President Trump. The Never Trumpers and Panicans were wrong again. Here's what just happened.
What is the extent of the damage to the nuclear enrichment program after these attacks?
Well, our facilities have been damaged, seriously damaged. The extent of which is now under evaluation by our Atomic Energy Organization. But as far as I know, they are seriously damaged. We need a new modality because the facilities have been destroyed.
Does Iran plan to reconstitute its enrichment program? Is it continuing now, or has the damage been so severe that it is all stopped?
It is now stopped because, yes, damages are serious and severe.
What is the
Iran's foreign minister just admitted what the media denied. Our facilities have been damaged, seriously damaged, destroyed. That means Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. All critical nuclear sites were wiped out by B-2 stealth bombers, just as Trump and Secretary of Defense told you. This is the same Iran that was weeks from building a bomb. Now enrichment is stopped. We cannot give up, but for now it is not possible. Trump didn't de-escalate. He obliterated them. Remember, the media said it didn't happen. Minimal damage, disputed intelligence. Biden wouldn't handle it better. CNN, New York Times, Democrat foreign policy experts mocked Trump and smeared our pilots. They owe you and them an apology. Iran's foreign minister says uranium enrichment is a matter of national pride. They won't give up. But you can't enrich uranium with rubble. They admitted what they tried to hide. The program is offline. The facilities are gone. Trump responded immediately. Of course they're destroyed. We'll do it again if necessary. You don't need a treaty when you have B-2 bombers and a commander-in-chief who means it. Peace through strength again. Reminder, this strike didn't start a war, it ended one. After Iran and Israel traded fire for 12 days, Trump stepped in and neutralized the threat. A precise strike, a quick ceasefire, a weakened enemy. Trump isn't bluffing. This wasn't shock and awe, though it was shocking and awesome. It was strategical, surgical, and decisive. And it sent a message to every enemy. You build a nuke, we bury it. No more begging, no more bribes, no more Biden. Oh, and deadlines matter. The Panicans said Trump was reckless before they said he failed. Wrong on both counts. The bomb is gone, the threat is neutralized, negotiations are underway, and the world knows America is back. Here we go. Do you have your papers? Everyone must have their papers at all times. Papers, please. Papers. Attention. Always carry your illegal alien registration documentation. Not having these when stopped by federal law enforcement can lead to a misdemeanor and fines. Important reminder. Green card holders and lawful permanent residents. Every alien 18 years of age and over shall at all times carry with him and have in his personal possession any certificates of alien registration or alien registration receipt cards issued to him. Failing to do so can lead to a misdemeanor and fines if you are stopped by federal law enforcement. If you are a non-citizen, please follow the laws of the United States of America. CBP's reminder aligns with long-standing immigration law. But let's cut through the bureaucratic thought. Under INA's 262, registration isn't optional. It's the price maintaining lawful status. The real issue, agencies spent decades letting unregistered aliens slip through while dumping billions into detention centers instead of smart solutions. Trump's CBP Home app finally modernizes enforcement, letting people self-deport digitally rather than clogging courts. Those $5,000 fines for noncompliance, they're not about punishment. They're a way to make 18 U.S.C. 1306 toothless penalties bite. Carrying papers is an overreach when 8 CFR 264.1b already exempts tourists and Canadians. The system's finally working as intended. Prioritize border security while offering off-ramps to those who play by the rules. With Trump versus Caucus, the administration made clear that effective April 11th, the U.S. would be enforcing U.S. immigration laws. Every foreigner should carry their papers at all times. This is similar to how things work in every other country. It says a federal judge allowing Trump requirement that every U.S. illegally must register with the federal government in a move that could have far-reaching repercussions. That's right. Everyone has to register, and if they don't register, they get fined every day that they're here without registering. That's the law. Failure to register is considered a crime, and people are required to carry registration documents with them or risk prison time and fine. It's already a law that it's a crime if they don't register. So they say that's not illegally, they're not committing a crime. Oh, yes, they are. There's this story. Biden burrowed a far-left Democrat activist into the NSA before he left office. April Falcone Doss has written extensively about her hatred of President Trump and supported the prosecution of Michael Flynn and Carter Page even after they were cleared. She advocated for the debanking and online censorship of conservatives. She celebrated when Trump's family had their bank accounts closed and when he was banned from every major social media platform. This person in the NSA. The fact that NSA General Counsel publicly accused Trump of insurrection. The fact that its General Counsel hasn't been removed already is ridiculous. A far-left partisan was secretly burrowed into the NSA by the Biden administration. Prior to joining the NSA, she wrote extensively about her hatred of President Trump and served as a senior counsel for the Senate Democrats' Russia investigation. Doss celebrated Trump being debanked and in policy. Now, why has this person not been removed? Democrat hoax investigator is now a top lawyer at Trump National Security. April Doss advocated banning Trump. Yeah. If you know about it and have time to write about it, why is she still there? Sadly, I'm just wearing a stormtrooper helmet posting on X. My hope is that the right people hear about it and act. NSA General Counsel advocated for banning Trump from social media, insurrection, crackdown, blah, 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 blah. Top lawyer for President Trump's national security agency previously worked for Senate Democrats. She works for the NSA. Why is that? Can't Tulsi Gabbard just fire her? She has a history of partisan anti-Trump activism. April Falcone Doss is currently a general counsel for the NSA, a powerful cyber intelligence agency. A longtime veteran of the agency, Doss also worked as an intelligence lawyer from 2003 to 2016. But in between those two stints, she worked on a highly partisan congressional investigation into Russian involvement in the 2016 election. Just months into Trump's first term as president, she took a high-level job working for Senator Mark Warner on the Senate Intelligence Committee investigating supposed Russian interference. Doss was the Democrat senior counsel for the committee's Russia investigation, which conducted hundreds of interviews in its failed attempt to find evidence of conspiracy between Trump and Russia. Daily Wire discovered Doss' continuing employment at the top level of intelligence community comes as newly revealed documents prove further evidence of unethical conduct by Democrats in an intelligence state aimed at sabotaging Trump. Director of National Intelligence submitted a criminal referral over which he called a conspiracy of manufactured intelligence. Trump said the documents could support the prosecution of people as high up as former President Barack Obama, James Comey, and James Clapper. Doss is a transparently partisan activist who has written publicly about her opposition to Trump. She has called for Trump permanently banned from social media, staging an insurrection, attacked Republicans for opposing a crackdown on disinformation, and defended the treatment of Trump aides Carter Page and Michael Flynn at the hands of the intelligence state. The record reported in June 2022 that the NSA during the Biden administration had rehired Doss for the top role. The intelligence agency didn't publicly announce the hire because it didn't want to stir the hornet's nest among Capitol Hill Republicans. That's because interim Democrats, experts, and intelligence officials had decried its improper and ultimately blocked it when Trump had attempted to name a Republican former House Intelligence Committee staffer to the same role. I got to take my dog out. I'm going to play a video really quick. Video file just for you guys. I'm looking for a good video to play for you guys. Here we go. We have senior DOJ officials didn't know the database allowed the FBI to bury the existence of Russiagate documents. So this is, we talked about this story for people who were here last night a little bit, that there's the Sentinel program that allows, or was it last night or was it Saturday night with Joe? I don't remember if it was Saturday night with Joe or if it was last night. We talked about the Sentinel program that allowed FBI to hide documents and nobody would know about it. This is more, about that the senior DOJ officials had no clue that they had this system. Now in question is the entirety of Special Counsel John Durham's investigation into the Russian collusion hoaxers. This is by Margot Cleveland, Professor Margot Cleveland. She's a very good follow on X, if anyone you can recommend. She's always got good stuff about cases coming down, and she's a good resource for stuff like this to keep an eye on it, know what's going on. So here we go. So, people familiar with the investigation into the Russia collusion hoax told the Federalist that senior officials did not know the FBI case management database, Sentinel, allowed agents to conceal the existence of evidence. Nor did anyone from Special Counsel Robert Mueller's office mention that documents related to the investigation into the Trump campaign had been rendered invisible by use of the prohibited access coding in Sentinel. Even though they knew the Department of Justice was investigating the origins and handling of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. So basically, we have a government that got too big and too unwieldy that people inside the government didn't know what the other people were doing. So one hand didn't know what the other hand was doing. You had the FBI doing things that the Department of Justice didn't know they were doing. And I want you to really think about that, because the FBI works for the Department of Justice. I mean, they didn't used to be that way. They used to be years and years ago when the FBI first started, and it was run by this guy, J. Edgar Hoover. A lot of people said, and it's probably true, that he was the most powerful man in Washington, D.C., because he did not answer to anybody except for the president, and mostly he didn't even answer to the president because he usually had dirt on a whole bunch of people that he could use and blackmail and stuff. And there's stories that he wore dresses and everything, but we won't get into that. We'll just say that the FBI was way out of control. And then after Hoover died, they pulled some of the power back and they stuck it under the DOJ, and it was supposed to answer to the DOJ and the Attorney General, but I don't really know if they do, and this is kind of proof that they really don't. On Monday, a former political appointee at the DOJ expressed surprise that no one from the Special Counsel Mueller's team mentioned the prohibited access functionality of Sentinel to senior officials. Said, surprise face, oh my God, I'm shocked. The news follows last week's release by Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa of a recently declassified FBI report that revealed that Special Counsel Mueller's office used a prohibited access restriction during the Trump-Russia collusion investigation. Didn't these senators know about it? I mean, how could the FBI have programs and things, doing things, and they're supposed to report to Congress, the Intelligence Committee, or these different things, Select Committee on Intelligence, something. How did they not know? Did they know? Is this just, are they all just covering their ass now? Just, As the Federalists detailed earlier today, the prohibited access coding in the FBI's Sentinel case management system precludes investigators from detecting the existence of potentially relevant serials. By serials, I think they mean like case numbers, case reports, different things, different reports and stuff. So, in other words, according to the just released FBI report, when search terms that exist in the prohibited access status cases are searched in Sentinel, the particular search will receive a false negative Sentinel research response. This contrasts with FBI documents categories in Sentinel as restricted access. While that restriction prevents FBI agents from viewing contents of restricted access files, Sentinel will nonetheless show there are hits for the search terms. Other investigators will thus know that potentially relevant evidence exists. Not so with the prohibited access code, which will leave the other FBI wrongly believing there are no responsive documents. Senior officials overseeing the investigation into the origins and handling of Crossfire Hurricane did not know the prohibited access coding. Did not know of it, so they're saying they had no clue that this existed in the FBI. That Mueller's special counsel office used the functionality to render invisible materials connected to the investigation into President Trump is scandalous. Now in question is the entirety of special counsel John Durham's investigation into the Russia collusion hoaxers, as well as Inspector General Michael Horowitz's investigation into the FISA abuse related to Carter Page. Yeah, so basically, all these things in these investigations, if they did not know about all this stuff, there's no way the investigation was fulsome. There's no way they could know exactly who broke the law and who needs to go to jail. How many other people in the FBI lied to get warrants and stuff. There was the one guy, I think his name was Sussman, right? Michael Sussman, was that the guy, or is it a different name? Maybe I'm wrong. That lied, and then surprisingly, he went in front of a judge by the name of Boasberg, which I don't know, you guys recognize that name. That's the guy that was playing games with the Alien Enemies Act, and he gave him a slap on the wrist. I think it was Sussman. Maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, there was some guy in the FBI DOJ guy that lied about stuff. They gave him probation, and then basically just time served and gave him his law license back. Ridiculous. Just utter ridiculous. Whether Special Counsel Durham and Inspector General Horowitz obtained access to all the relevant evidence related to Crossfire Hurricane conspiracy to interfere in both President Trump's 2020 election and his first administration now remain in doubt. I thought Crossfire Hurricane was to interfere with the 2016 election. So they're saying there was also interference in the 2020 election? Huh. But I thought the 2020 election was the safest, most secure election in the history of the country. It was above board. Anybody who thought otherwise was a crazy person. Remember that? I remember that. Until FBI Director Kash Patel reveals the extent to which the Get Trump faction buried evidence of their malfeasance. Okay. Well, the reason they can't delete them is because that would be a crime. I know that sounds silly, but destruction of government documents is a serious crime, and there would always be evidence that they would turn up some point, and there would be evidence of them being deleted. It's just they were able to basically segregate, for lack of a better word, the documents somewhere that they just basically didn't exist. It's almost like I don't know, like easy way to explain is like, you got this hidden on your iPhone, let's say, or your Google, whatever, Android, and you got pictures that you don't want in your picture thing. You can put them in the hidden folder or something, and nobody can see anything in that hidden folder unless you open it with the code. They couldn't search for them or anything. I think it's kind of similar. Maybe I'm simplifying it in a way that I shouldn't. Okay. This is another part to the same story. Basically, another article from the Federalist. It says the latest FBI revelations show the Mueller special counsel was a cover-up and much, much more. Cover-up. Definitely. Definitely. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That video is available on my YouTube page if you want to finish watching it. It's actually like a 25, 26-minute video about the FBI invisible files, Sentinel files and stuff. It's like a 26-minute video. It's available on my YouTube channel. But thank you. I had to pee and I had to take my dog out. Hey, we're past the 4-hour mark. What do you know? So, the Trump administration appointed Michael Ellis to the job in November 2020, and then NSA Director Paul Nassau placed him on administrative leave the day he was sworn in. While investigation into whether Ellis' hire was inappropriate ensued, as it ultimately found no wrongdoing, but by the time Ellis had resigned, the job remained permanent occupant until DOS. Oh, okay. Well, they need to fire this person. You have a bug that says, please stand by and enjoy this clip from a previous show on the doggy goes potty. Yeah, something like that I need to do. Like, I don't know. Like, I really like Recada's got that that whole thing with the, the lawyer's got a pee thing that spins, but I don't know. I mean, I guess that would be fine. But I don't know. Is anybody live right now? Let's see. Anybody live? Live. Anyone? Cecil's live. But that's it. That's the only person live is Cecil. Okay. Get back to this. Racket seems to be getting back to his old self. He's been streaming. He streamed like 3 or 4 nights the past week. Late. I thought he was going to stream tonight, but he didn't. But yeah, he seems to be. I talk to Rackets, so whatever his personal foibles are not my concern. I think he's entertaining. He says, he does a good job of what he does. He just needs to get back to doing it, and then whatever his stuff is. Anyway, so let's jump to this other story. Oh yeah, this is a bad one. This one I saw, and I was like, I gotta get to this. DHS confirms to Fox News that a suspect arrested in Kentucky on Sunday for attempting to rape a woman, then murdering her 15-year-old son when he intervened is a Mexican illegal alien who attempted to enter the U.S. 3 times in 2021, ultimately sneaking in successfully as a getaway at an unknown time and location. ICE has placed a detainer request on Gildardo Armando Martinez with local law enforcement in Moorhead, Kentucky, following his arrest. According to local reports, on July 20th, Armando Martinez arrived at an apartment shared with his girlfriend, Alida Lopez, early in the morning and attempted to rape her. After she fended him off, he assaulted her and injured her arm. Her 15-year-old son, Luis Lopez, who saw him naked on top of her, tried to intervene and was allegedly shot by Armando Martinez 3 times. And then he allegedly assaulted Lopez's daughter with a gun. Hmm. 15-year-old Luis Lopez was killed defending his mom, was reportedly greatly admired and called a sweet student at his high school where he was set to be a sophomore this fall. 15-year-old Luis Lopez died trying to save his mother from this criminal illegal alien who was attempting to rape her. Gildardo Armando Martinez is a rapist and cold-blooded killer who should have never been in this country. The Biden administration's open border policies allowed this monster to walk the streets and commit these evil crimes. Murder, assault, attempted rape against a mother and her children. ICE has placed an arrest detainer to ensure he will not be released to America's streets and allowed to terrorize American families again. Oh, looks like a nice guy, right? Local media write-up Kentucky regarding the initial arrest. There's too many stories like this, Ian Jones. Just way too many. El Salvador is at a place ready for Armando. These might. Yeah. See, I wonder if they'll even let Mexico might not take him. See, that's the problem too. Is like why we had to set up the thing with with El Salvador because Mexico, like a lot of countries won't take these people back once they're convicted of these crimes and stuff like that, or do these things. They're like, no, we don't want those. We don't want them back. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, nothing wrong with legal immigrants. Citation alleged Moorhead 15-year-old died defending mother. Teenager fatally shot in Moorhead early Sunday morning. Godaldo Martinez arrested in connection with the shooting. 3 bullet holes found in the door. Editor's note: details of the story may be disturbing to some readers. The arrest citation detailed the chilling moments before a 15-year-old was shot fatally Sunday morning in Moorhead. Fox 56 previously reported around 2:30 a.m. on July 20th, the Moorhead Police Department announced that 2 minors were shot near an apartment complex, West Sun Street. Gildardo Martinez was arrested in connection with the shooting Sunday afternoon. According to the citation, the police were called around 4:18 a.m. to an apartment where a 15-year-old was found dead in the home. Further investigation showed there were 3 bullet holes in the door leading to the room Lewis was in, including a wound near his left cheek. Lewis was declared dead at the scene. The other identified in the citation as Naomi Agrilla Nunez was taken to St. Clair Regional Medical Center. Naomi was later taken to the University of Kentucky Hospital for further treatment. Around 9:20 a.m. on Sunday, Moorhead police interviewed Naomi and Lewis's mother, Alida Lopez. Lopez said she got off work around 11:30 on Saturday and found Martinez, her boyfriend, sitting in his vehicle with a friend at a nearby bar. In the interview, the police said Lopez told Martinez she was heading to the apartment they shared to make dinner for her kids. He told Lopez he was good to stay for another 30 minutes. After dinner, Lopez said told the police she went to lay down with her youngest son, whom she shared with Martinez. When he came home, Lopez said he woke her up wanting to have sex, but she turned him down. Is this woman an illegal alien also? I'm wondering. Because if this guy just came into the country, I don't know. Then the police noted he became angry and bit her on her left hand and right armpit above her breast before twisting her right arm, causing her to scream. Lopez recounted that Lewis opened the door and told Martinez, who was lying on top of her while he was naked, to stop. After he refused, Lewis asked his mother if she would like him to call the police. She told the police that she said no, and Lewis would discuss it further in the morning. Lewis then shut the door and Martinez proceeded to get dressed. Lopez said Martinez told her he was going to take their son and grabbed a suitcase and asked if she wanted him to leave. After saying yes, Lopez said she heard a rack pull back and saw Martinez had a black pistol in his hand. He said he allegedly fired it 3 times through the door Lewis had closed. In the citation, police noted that Lopez grabbed his 1-year-old son and ran out of the apartment before realizing his 3-year-old was still inside. After running back inside, she yelled for Naomi to run. Several more gunshots were heard, according to the citation, before Martinez returned outside and ran. After his arrest, he was charged with murder, first-degree assault, first-degree attempted rape. Joskin would have been starting his sophomore year at Rowan County Senior High School. Sweet student that did his best each day. Even through the summertime, if a student needs any assistance, he can reach out. That's horrible. Another update for you on efforts to defend the homeland and protect the American people from foreign intelligence agents. Yesterday, Cheng Yanggong, a Chinese national residing in California, pled guilty to theft of trade secrets. He downloaded thousands of files related to technology development to detect, track, and evade nuclear, ballistic, hypersonic, and heat-seeking missiles, critical for our U.S. military to protect the homeland. These files were worth hundreds of millions of dollars and countless research and development man-hours. Chinese government established talent programs with the purpose to identify and recruit science and technology experts to give China an advantage by transforming their economy, including its military capabilities. These programs are still a problem. Our investigation revealed Gong submitted numerous applications and traveled to China on several occasions to secure talent program funding to develop sophisticated technology to support China's national defense, military, and aerospace efforts. We encourage our partners in the private sector to protect our trade secrets from Chinese Communist Party theft. Reach out to your local FBI field office if you have any national security concerns, and together with our FBI private sector coordinators, we will work to protect the homeland from threats both domestic and abroad. I'd like to highlight the great work done by our FBI Los Angeles and San Francisco offices and thank our partners in this case, the State Department's Diplomatic Security Services, Homeland Security Investigations, and our private sector partners. God bless America and those who defend her. Chinese citizen admits stealing U.S. trade secrets for next general. U.S. citizen who pleaded guilty to stealing space-based missile detection secrets remains free on $1.7 million bail. What? That guy's going to be gone. He's going to flee. He's going to get out of the country. He's a spy. Why would they release him? Engineer pleads guilty to stealing trade secrets. Yep. Santa Clara County former engineer at Southern California Company pleaded guilty to stealing trade secrets. Chen Yonggang of San Jose pleaded guilty to 1 count of theft of trade secrets. He remains free of $1.7 million bond. What the fuck? Why would you release him? He's going to flee. He's going to take off. The files Gong transferred were blueprints, infrared sensors, space-based systems to detect nuclear missile launches. Oh, man. January 2023, the victim company hired Gong as an application-specific integrated circuit design manager. He continued until his termination in August 2023. Gong transferred thousands of files. Many of the files Gong transferred contained proprietary trade secret information. How does he have dual citizenship is what I want to know. Was he an anchor baby that came here, part of the birth tourism? They came here, had the baby, so he got U.S. citizenship, went back to China, the Chinese citizen, then they allowed him to come back and work there. Is that what was going on here? Law enforcement also discovered that between 2014 and 2022, while employed at several major tech companies in the United States, Gong submitted numerous applications to talent programs administered by the People's Republic of China. PRC government has established these talent programs and means to identify individuals who have expert skills. So this really seems like basically, if you guys ever saw the TV show Silicon Valley, I don't know if you ever saw it. Yang Lee or whatever his name was, or Yang Lee, whatever the Chinese guy, basically who stole everybody's stuff and then was over in China doing it. This basically seems like it's exactly what they were going on here. Gong remarked that he took a risk by traveling to China to participate in the talent programs because he worked for an American military industry company, thought he could do something to contribute to China's high-end military integrated circuits. FBI's field office, Assistant U.S. Attorney, Lackman of Terrorism, Export Crimes. It seems like maybe they should be, I don't know, sorting this out a little better. As of September 2016, the Russian Foreign Services, SVR, had Democrat National Committee information that President Obama and party leaders found the state of Secretary Clinton's health to be extraordinarily alarming and felt it could have serious negative impact. On her election prospects, her health information was being kept in the strictest secrecy, and even close advisors were not being fully informed. The SVR possessed DNC communications that Clinton was suffering from intensified psycho-emotional problems, including uncontrolled fits of anger, aggression, and cheerfulness. Bipolar. Clinton was placed on a daily regimen of heavy tranquilizers, and while afraid of losing, she remained obsessed with a thirst for power. The SVI also had information that Clinton had type 2 diabetes, ischemic heart disease, deep vein thrombosis, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. So Hillary is a psychotic with serious health issues. No secret here. Remember this? Mm-hmm. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy, crazy, crazy. Well, folks, it's 3 a.m. here. I think I'm going to call it a night. I hope that was enough. 4 hours and 15 minutes of a show. I hope everyone enjoyed it. Please, if you haven't already, hit the like button. Leave a comment. You know, if you leave a comment in the comment section, you know, participating in the chat is great. I want to thank everybody who contributed money. I want to thank everybody who bought super chats, bought memberships. Very nice of you. Greatly appreciated. Please hit the like button. Please, please come back Friday night, 10 o'clock. There will be a show tonight at 10 p.m. It'll go. It's going to go long. Friday nights usually go long. I usually have some guests, so we'll chitter chatter and do some stuff. So, thank everybody for coming. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel, and remember, come on back and let Jim tell you the news.